Chapter 27. Clear Sky Sect's Tang Chen arrives to accept the challenge. Guan Mountain Range is located northeast of Heaven-Do City. Here, surrounded by mountains, stand towering and steep peaks. This is where the Clear Sky Sect lived in seclusion in the original story, and also the battlefield where Qian Xunji challenges Tang Chen. Originally almost deserted, today it is exceptionally lively and crowded. Due to the massive publicity by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, prominent family powers in the Spirit Masters world, as well as formidable independent Spirit Masters, have arrived early, just to watch the battle between 2 powerhouses of the Spirit Masters world. The mysterious armored douluo revealed his skills in Heaven-Do City a few months ago, killing the previous sect master and the guardian douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as many Heaven-Do noble Spirit Masters. Powerful, cold, and ruthless, he had long been labeled by everyone in the Spirit Masters world as someone absolutely not to be provoked, and to run as far as possible upon seeing him. After all, what independent Spirit Master hasn't committed some misdeeds? The evil deeds of sect Spirit Masters are even more numerous when investigated. Only the Spirit Masters belonging to Spirit Hall are a bit better, with a lower rate of committing crimes. For the vast majority of Spirit Masters, encountering this person would certainly result in a verdict of death sentence, immediate execution. Look, it's His Eminence, the Angel Douluo Qian Dalu. I didn't expect even this great lord to come to watch the battle. There's a rumor that the mysterious armored douluo is from Spirit Hall. Really, who knows, but the person in charge of the Heaven-Do Sanctuary the day before yesterday, Platinum Bishop Saphis, was very respectful to him. Isn't that obvious? If a limit douluo powerhouse came to my home, I would also be very respectful to His Eminence. The conversation among a group of independent Spirit Masters could not attract Qian Dalu's attention. He put down Bibi Dong in his arms and looked around to inspect the area. The mysterious armored douluo had not arrived yet. As for Tang Chen, that guy didn't have the habit of arriving early. Beside him, the Green Phoenix douluo was expressionless. This time, he came out with the High Priest, leaving the second priest, Gold Crocodile douluo, to watch the house. Having wings means flying fast, no way around it. As a level 97 super douluo, the Green Phoenix douluo was very curious about this mysterious armored douluo who had suddenly appeared, possessed great strength, and was suspected to have the cultivation of a level 99 limit douluo. A powerhouse who has always kept a low profile, possessed great strength, and whose whereabouts were mysterious always made people curious. On another mountain peak, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun was very surprised to see the tall yet bony man beside Ning Fengji. With the Fire Dragon douluo gone, another titled douluo powerhouse with a bone dragon spirit has arrived. The foundation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is truly profound, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun thought to himself. Their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has long suppressed other holders of dragon-type spirits. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has long recruited holders of dragon-type spirits. The 2 great sects are both rooted within the Heaven-Do Empire, and they have constant friction on a daily basis. Sect Master Yu, how have you been lately? Ning Fengji smiled with scholarly grace and greeted him. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun glanced at Ning Fengji and said, the new sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, is there something? I wonder if sect master Yu is interested. The 2 sides began to whisper, discussing acting according to the situation. If there was a chance, they would kill Qian Xunji. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun felt a stir in his heart. Admittedly, Ning Fengji's proposal was quite good. Qian Xunji had publicly executed the Blue Lightning Yu family member Yu Shaogang, openly offending the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and humiliating the dignity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. To say he didn't want to take revenge, restore the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and avenge the members of the Blue Lightning Yu family would be a lie. But Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun was decades older than Ning Fengji and had seen many things. Before figuring out the identity of the mysterious armored douluo, he would not make a move to kill him. Who would believe that someone who could cultivate to become a limit douluo didn't have some power behind them? Before Tang Chen rose to become the #1 sect in the world, the Clear Sky sect was also a power with multiple spirit saints sitting in charge. On the douluo continent, pure grassroots rising to power without relying on major forces simply does not exist. He's here, the mysterious armored douluo is here. Spirit masters from Heaven Do City had seen Qian Xunji wearing the Emperor armor, so they shouted as soon as they saw him arrive. This was the first time Ning Fengji had seen the real person of his father's killer. As soon as he saw Qian Xunji arrive, he could no longer maintain his scholarly and gentle demeanor, his eyes turned red, and he started panting like an ox. Fengji, calm down. Bone Douluo Ji Yurong reached out, grabbed Ning Fengji's shoulder, and urged him not to be agitated. On the other side, is this full-body armor really a spirit? Why does it feel like a handicraft made by a divine craftsman? Spirit masters with low cultivation levels had poor eyesight and couldn't tell if Qian Xunji's emperor armor was a spirit manifestation or real armor. But Qian Dalu, as a level 99 limit douluo and high priest of the angel god, possessed divine force in his body. He knew the truth with one glance. It was indeed an armor-type spirit, and it also had matching weapons. And it was a powerful spirit of extremely high quality that had never appeared before. Such a spirit combined offense and defense, had no weaknesses, and could be called perfect. Qian Daoliu was well read. As long as a spirit had appeared on the Douluo continent and was recorded by Spirit Hall, there was none he didn't know. But he was truly seeing this Emperor Armor spirit for the first time. This spirit is extraordinary, sacred, light, fire, metal, ice, and water attributes. It has even more than the Seraphim, which possesses 3 attributes. Really? The Green Phoenix Douluo asked in disbelief upon hearing this. Qian Daoliu didn't speak, just nodded. When Green Phoenix Douluo saw this, he felt uncomfortable. His Green Phoenix spirit was a descendant of the divine beast Phoenix, possessing both wind and spirit attributes. Usually, if a spirit possesses one elemental attribute, it is a high-grade spirit, such as the Ghost Cat or the Storm Devil Wolf spirit. Spirits with dual attributes are almost all top-tier spirits, such as the Green Phoenix or the Light Feather Divine Bow. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, known as the #1 beast spirit in the world, only has 1 lightning attribute. And the God-given Seraphim spirit only has 4 attributes, the 4th being the Judgment attribute. 6 attributes, what kind of concept is that? The Green Phoenix Douluo didn't understand. Beside him, Bibi Dong widened her eyes, her gaze locked tightly on Qian Xunji. She was 100% sure that in her previous life, there was no such person as the mysterious armored Douluo. A variable, Bibi Dong thought to herself. She didn't know for now whether this variable was good or bad. Furthermore, she was still just a child without powerful strength or social status, and she couldn't do anything. She could only be a parasite, eating from Spirit Hall, using Spirit Hall's resources, and taking from Spirit Hall to convert these resources into her own strength. In this life, she, Bibi Dong, would inherit the Rakshasa god position at a faster speed. Then rule the world and slaughter the angel clan. When Qian Xunji arrived and saw the crowds of onlookers everywhere, he was very displeased. He was not an actor. He did not have the hobby of going on stage to perform for free for people to watch. But he was too lazy to drive away this group of stupid Douluo natives. It would be one thing if high-level spirit masters at the spirit saint level came to watch the battle. But a group of spirit grandmasters, spirit elders, spirit ancestors, and spirit kings also dared to come and watch the battle of a limit Douluo. The aftermath of a limit Douluo's battle could blow them away and kill them. Without strength, yet daring to watch the battle from so close, it was truly a case of stupid people acting impulsively, not knowing death is near. Time passed minute by minute. Just as Qian Xunji was getting a little impatient, Tang Chen finally arrived late. His entrance method was to directly elbow the ground, kicking up sand and stones. It could be described as looking down on the world, with his dominance fully revealed. Clear Sky Sect, Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen, has come to accept the challenge. Chapter 28 Bibi Dong, learned it. Spirit Clear Sky Hammer, Level 99 Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Revealing one's identity and intelligence before a battle, in the eyes of Qian Xunji, was an extremely stupid thing to do. To the natives of Douluo continent, revealing one's spirit was a symbol of status, position, and strength. But in the eyes of Qian Xunji, it was a stupid act. Letting the enemy know one's spirit information was equivalent to providing the enemy with an opportunity to formulate tactics targeting the weaknesses of one's spirit. For example, the core characteristics of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit are power and explosive force. The clear sky hammer spirit uses pure power suppression and formidable explosive force as its core, allowing it to challenge opponents above its rank and having a natural restraining effect on tool spirits. Of course, the premise is that the clear sky hammer spirit can actually strike and hit the enemy in the hands of the spirit master. The biggest weakness of the clear sky hammer spirit is that it is simply too heavy, which leads to slow movement speed for the wielder and high spirit power consumption. The stupid natives of Douluo continent only knew how to stubbornly engage in head-on combat. They didn't know how to dodge, didn't know how to fight a war of attrition, and certainly didn't know how to conduct guerrilla warfare. But Qian Xunji was a transmigrator, a normal person, and not a stupid native of Douluo continent. Although the fourth trial of the Asura God trial required defeating Tang Chen in a head-on confrontation without using God origin realm mental force or mental attribute spirit abilities. However, Qian Xunji had high attack, high defense, and high speed. Two of his three dimensions far exceeded Tang Chen's. What a rude junior. Seeing that Qian Xunji had long delayed revealing his background information, Tang Chen said with some displeasure. The spirit masters watching from afar also revealed strange expressions and gazes. On Douluo continent, all spirit masters knew that before a spirit battle, one needed to declare their spirit power level, and cultivation system. Did this mysterious armored douluo before them not even know such basic etiquette? Rude. If that is what you think, then so be it. This seat does not care about others' opinions of him. Qian Xunji's tone was flat and distant, devoid of any emotion. In life and work, one should just do their best. To live a happy life, one should not get caught up in internal friction because of others' opinions and words. Qian Xunji raised his sword with his right hand, pointing the tip at Tang Chen, and spoke again, "Can the battle begin now?" "Let's fight," Tang Chen answered domineeringly. His voice, amplified by spirit power, reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone held their breath and widened their eyes, unwilling to miss every single moment that followed. A battle between limit douluos is not something you can see just because you want to. So fast. Tang Chen was shocked in his heart. He raised the clear sky hammer to protect his neck, blocking Qian Xunji's thrust. But the immense impact of the force also made him take a step back. He hadn't completely blocked the sword strike. Tang Chen's gaze focused on the golden sword tightly held in Qian Xunji's right hand, and he saw golden flames beginning to spread and diffuse along the blade. The golden flames followed the contact surface of the hammer and sword, spreading over to ignite the clear sky hammer spirit, burning and purifying his spirit power. The characteristic of the angel spirit purifying the spirit power within others. In the moment Tang Chen was puzzled, he used the shocking absolute of the clear sky 9 absolutes, and the resulting vibration shook off the golden flames attached to the clear sky hammer. However, the golden flames that were shaken off did not extinguish. A noble spirit master lord watching the battle was very luckily ignited, and let out screams from his mouth. The golden flames instantly swallowed him whole, turning him into ashes. A cold wind in the mountains blew, and he scattered into dust, achieving the feat of having his bones ground and ashes scattered. This scene lasted only a few seconds, but it was someone's entire life. This scene made most of the people who came to watch feel chilled, and a sense of fear spread. One must know that watching a battle in a spirit fighting arena is almost devoid of any danger to life. It is precisely for this reason that low and mid-level spirit masters with low cultivation dared to come and watch the battle of limit douluo powerhouses. But what they never expected was that as soon as the fight started, an unlucky person died in the aftermath of the battle. In the sky, the sword and hammer collided, emitting a crisp metallic sound, like a piece of death metal music. Below, countless spirit masters activated their spirits and fled with all their might, just to seek a glimmer of survival amidst the sky full of golden sparks. Is this the great battle between limit douluos? Even the aftermath of the battle can cause countless spirit masters to lose their lives. Protected closely by Bone Douluo Ji Yurong, Ning Fengji, who had not suffered any harm, looked on in terror. In the limit douluo battle before them, neither side had yet used spirit ring or spirit bone skills to clash, merely using the most basic combat methods. The aftermath of the battle had already caused countless watching spirit masters to die. If the two of them unleashed their ultimate moves and used 100,000-year spirit skills, wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Ning Fengji reached out and tugged at Ji Yurong's sleeve, signaling him to carry him and fly further away. Another person who had the idea of getting further away from the battlefield was the Thunder Douluo, Yu Yuanjun. Limit Douluo powerhouses are truly terrifying. Yu Yuanjun was very glad that he hadn't let his emotions get the better of him back then due to the death of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan member, Yu Shaogang, and had not gone to Heaven-Do City to fight Qian Xunji and demand an explanation. That thrust aiming at the throat was so fast that his eyes could only see an afterimage, and his body simply couldn't react in time. Eyes. I saw it. Brain. Dodge quickly. Body. You say it so easily, is this speed something I can react to? The two sect masters, thinking the same thing. The Heaven-Do Emperor activated his spirit, used a flying spirit ability to move away from the battlefield, and greeted Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjun as he approached them. Although the other party was the Heaven-Do Emperor, neither Yu Yuanjun nor Ning Fengji had the time or energy to exchange pleasantries with him at the moment. The Heaven-Do Emperor was rebuffed, but his face still wore that expression of being emotionless and inscrutable, as if Mount Tai were collapsing before him. Seeing the battle of the Limit Douluos today, he finally realized how correct his decision to kneel instantly in the past had been. As for the domestic nobles and their private soldiers, if they died, they died. It was just a pity they didn't all die completely. When the Heaven-Do Emperor's gaze caught the figure of Qian Dalu and the little girl beside him, this was the first thought that emerged in his mind. This delicately featured little girl could become the crown princess consort of the Heaven-Do Empire, the future empress, and then Empress Dowager and Grand Empress Dowager, protecting the Heaven-Do Empire for over 100 years. Qian Dalu, who was watching the battle intently, did not notice the calculating gaze of the Heaven-Do Emperor. So, the always aggressively attacking Tang Chen also has a day of being aggressively attacked by someone else. Beside him, Green Phoenix Douluo saw that Tang Chen was constantly suppressed by Qian Xunji during the battle, in a state of holding his hammer in defense, with small wounds constantly appearing on his body, and said with a smile. If it weren't for Qian Dalu being nearby, Green Phoenix Douluo would have referred to him as that brute Tang Chen. Bibi Dong's small body, big eyes, mouth agape, wore an expression of surprise. She thought to herself, learned it. This method of using an absolute speed advantage to engage in close quarters combat and continuously attack, giving the wielder of the clear sky hammer spirit absolutely no chance to unleash wide-open, charged attacks, was simply brilliant. If she had known this combat style in her previous life, she could have engaged in close quarters combat with Tang San, making it impossible for him to use spirit ring or spirit bone skills, forcing him to fight with basic attacks. Bibi Dong. Could this empress have been beaten to the point of using a second life? Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, Killing Absolute, Collapsing Absolute. Chapter 29. Underlying Code Activated. After Tang Chen used 2 Clear Sky 9 Absolutes in succession and successfully created distance between himself and Qian Xunji. In the void, 9 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, appeared beneath his feet. The bright red 100,000-year spirit ring merged with his Clear Sky Hammer spirit. 9th Soul Skill, Clear Sky Heavy Cannon. A massive amount of spirit power was compressed into a black spirit power cannon beam and shot toward Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji dodged to the side, moving over 100 meters away, and evaded the spirit power cannon. Qian Xunji was not like High Priestess Bo Saishi, that wheelchair-bound stationary mage who would choose to tank a shot with defensive spirit abilities instead of dodging or weaving when faced with a spirit power cannon. As for the mountain behind him that bore the brunt of the cannon blast and was damaged, there was no need to get distracted during the battle to take a look and marvel at the extent of the destruction. He dodged it. He dodged Grandfather's 100,000-year spirit ability that easily. How is this possible? Tang Hao, watching from afar, spoke with an expression of disbelief. At the same time, he considered Qian Xunji a coward who did not even dare to face his grandfather's 100,000-year long-range cannon spirit ability head-on. So, a spirit ability with such immense power like a spirit power cannon does not have to be taken head-on, one can simply dodge it to avoid serious injury, Bibi Dong thought to herself. Suddenly, she felt as if she did not know how to fight anymore. Or rather, her combat experience from her previous life was meaningless. In less than 3 minutes of fighting, Qian Xunji had shocked her twice with his actions, shattering her preconceived notions. So, attacks could be dodged. Combat was not just about head-on clashes to see whose spirit ability was more powerful to determine the victor. Thunder Douluo Yu, Yuanjun and Ji Yu Rong, both titled Douluo with dragon-type spirits, both had their eyes light up. With equal spirit power levels, they both admitted that if they fought a clear sky hammer spirit wielder head-on, their skulls were not hard enough to tank a clear sky hammer. But relying on speed to dodge the clear sky absolute techniques, which required time to charge up to unleash their heavy, destructive power, was something anyone with legs could do. Spirit masters with dragon-type spirits were excellent in attack power, defense, and speed. Spirit masters with wolf spirits or cat spirits believed they could rely on their speed to dodge attacks from clear sky hammer spirit masters. However, their attack power was insufficient to break through defensive spirit abilities like Clear Sky Guard. Getsuga Tensho. With a zero-frame start, he slashed his sword, unleashing a golden crescent energy wave. The crescent was in front, and Qian Xunji was behind it. Tang Chen did not have Qian Xunji's speed and could not move quickly enough to dodge the attack, so he could only choose to swing his hammer. Using the Void Absolute, he absorbed the enemy's attack, and then used the Seal Absolute to firmly confine the golden crescent slash to a small area. Qian Xunji kept his blade charged without releasing it, using it directly for close combat, and slashed precisely at Tang Chen's neck. In a moment of crisis, Tang Chen decisively used Ring Explosion, detonating his first, second, third, and fourth spirit rings in succession. After the ring explosion, his momentum was overwhelming. He shattered the golden crescent energy wave and swung his hammer to knock Qian Xunji away. Having been knocked back just over 10 meters, Qian Xunji braked in the void and came to a stop. The dull pain in his chest and the sweet taste in his mouth stimulated his nerves. I am injured. He could not calm the emotions in his heart. Since transmigrating to Douluo continent over a year, nearly 2 years ago, he had experienced countless battles and killed countless fallen ones and spirit beasts. It was not that he had not felt physical pain before. The ice and fire body tempering had caused pain throughout his body, and the memory was still fresh. But this was the first time he had been injured and bled while fighting an enemy. After all, he had always pursued killing enemies without injury and resolving battles quickly. The means did not matter, as long as he could kill the enemy. If he felt danger, he would run. What was pride compared to his life? Therefore, he had never been injured or bled in battle until now. Even that time when he was ambushed by High Priestess Bo Saishi and forced into a fight, he had not been injured or bled. Injury and bleeding equals life-threatening danger. The underlying code engraved in Qian Xunji's soul was triggered, and his adrenaline skyrocketed. His mind went wild, but he attacked fiercely and calmly. So fast, so heavy. Tang Chen was knocked flying. He was counterattacked, completely bewildered by Qian Xunji, whose fighting style had become violent, no longer dodging, and willing to trade injury for death just to kill him. In close quarters combat, every swing of his sword unleashed a Getsuga Tensho. Ring explosion, ring explosion, ring explosion, keep exploding for me. To avoid being killed by Qian Xunji, Tang Chen went all out, detonating 4 10,000-year spirit rings in a row. Except for his 9th 100,000-year spirit ring, all his other 8 spirit rings were detonated without reservation. After detonating the spirit rings, this provided him with immense power. Great Sumeru Hammer. Angel Wings. Seeing Qian Xunji's body turn ethereal, the clear sky hammer passing right through him, and his strongest ultimate move being dodged, Tang Chen's eyes widened. He found it hard to believe that his attack had been neutralized so simply. The spectators in the distance. This is a space-type spirit ability, body E the realization. Ji Yu Rong widened his eyes and shouted. His bone dragon spirit possessed spatial attributes. But unfortunately, Ji Yu Rong had not obtained the etherealization spirit ability during the process of absorbing spirit rings. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, standing nearby, heard Ji Yu Rong's words. The space-type spirit ability, Nihility, a divine skill that could allow a spirit master's body to briefly become ethereal and avoid physical attacks, was recorded in the library of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It was just that owners of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit had never obtained the Nihility spirit ability. He had never thought about using this spirit ability to deal with the powerful destructive force of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. But seeing it today, he already knew the extraordinary nature of the nihility spirit ability. His spirit rings were full, but he still had vacancies for spirit bones. If he could obtain a spirit bone with the nihility spirit ability, once fused, he would have more confidence when facing spirit masters from the Clear Sky sect in the future. Bibi Dong knew all too well from which spirit beast the nihility spirit ability could be obtained. Reborn in this life, seeing Qian Xunji unleash the nihility spirit ability, his body becoming ethereal and completely dodging the attack from the Clear Sky Hammer's great Sumeru hammer ring explosion, she felt moved. She really wanted to grow up quickly, go to the core area of the Stardow Great Forest, to the shores of the Lake of Life, and hunt those two 100,000-year soft bones rabbits to obtain the nihility spirit ability. He dodged it. Grandfather's great Sumeru hammer ring explosion was actually dodged. Tang Hao, losing control of his emotions, had bloodshot eyes, was panting like an ox, and his red eyes were fixed tightly on Qian Xunji. He wanted to pierce through the armor and see the face hidden by the fully enclosed helmet. He wanted to know what kind of person could be so cowardly. Lost. It is over, Sect Master Tang Zhen murmured, his face gloomy. His father, Tang Chen, had detonated 8 spirit rings and even used the great Sumeru hammer. The enemy was not only not seriously injured, but looked like he was fighting more fiercely the longer it went on. Conversely, his father, after using the great Sumeru hammer ring explosion, had suffered a backlash. His internal spirit power consumption was too great, his spirit power recovery could not keep up with the consumption, and he was already showing signs of fatigue. What made Sect Master Tang Zhen feel even more desperate was that Qian Xunji was striking ruthlessly with every move, aiming to take his father's life. And he was just a minor level 93 titled douluo, with no ability to participate in a battle between level 99 limit douluo. A sense of powerlessness bent his back, which had always been straight. At this moment, Sect Master Tang Zhen was like an incompetent son. Blood spilled in the void, and the Tang clan wailed in grief. Chapter 30. Tang Chen is dead, the Clear Sky sect shall fall. Qian Xunji used the side effect free spirit ring deprivation card to strip away Tang Chen's 9th spirit ring. This caused Tang Chen's ring explosion to fail, exposing a massive opening, and he was decapitated by Qian Xunji's sword, leaving everyone bewildered. The moment he killed Tang Chen, Qian Xunji used his mental force to retrieve the body and head. After all, Tang Chen possessed 6 top-tier spirit bones, one of which was a 100,000-year spirit bone. Not retrieving such a massive fortune would be a complete waste. Most importantly, Qian Xunji feared that if he didn't retrieve Tang Chen's corpse, a scenario similar to the original story's Battle of Jialing Pass, where Tang San was resurrected, might occur, which would be utterly disgusting. Regarding Tang Chen, Qian Xunji had only one attitude: both his body and soul must be under his control, absolutely no accidents could be allowed. On this point, there was no room for negotiation. Who was Tang Chen? In the original plot of Douluo Continent, he failed the Asura God trial, became the high priest of the Asura God, and fell to become the Slaughter King. He guided Tang San and gifted him the divine artifact, the Asura Demon Sword. Tang Chen deserved the greatest credit for Tang San being able to become the Asura God. The divine artifact was given by Tang Chen, and the first 8 trials of the Asura God trial were completed by Tang Chen on his behalf. Before dying, he even injected his entire life's cultivation into the Asura Demon Sword, contributing to Tang San's success. Furthermore, Tang Chen also played a monumental role in Tang San becoming the Sea God. Without Tang Chen's death, how would that love-struck High Priestess Bo Saishi have become so disheartened, seeking death, and sacrificing herself to open the Sea God's 9th trial for Tang San? High Priestess Bo Saishi even went easy on him during the God trial, allowing Tang San to pass smoothly and accelerating his Sea God trial process. In short, Tang Chen's contributions ranked first in Tang San's ability to attain the dual God positions of Sea God and Asura God. And the Clear Sky sect being able to come out of seclusion to help Tang San deal with the Spirit Empire also had Tang Chen's credit. The Clear Sky sect, I won't destroy them yet, Qian Xunji thought to himself. By killing Tang Chen, he had formed a blood feud with the Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect. They would surely be thinking of accumulating power, waiting for an opportunity to seek revenge. But since he was currently undergoing the Asura God trial, committing mass murder and annihilating a sect might displease the Asura god. If this caused the Asura god to withhold the god position, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Killing Tang Chen could be explained as a slight deviation in understanding the content of the fourth trial of the Asura god trial, Asura's uniqueness. After all, the god trial content contained the word, duel. A duel, a life and death duel, for Asura's uniqueness, naturally only one could survive. This interpretation, one could say, was completely sound. But annihilating the entire Clear Sky sect was not part of the Asura god trial. Doing too much leads to mistakes. Doing less leads to fewer mistakes. Qian Xunji understood this principle. Asura god trial. Fourth trial, Asura's uniqueness passed. Obtained 10% affinity with Asura's divine force. The voice of the Asura god rang in Qian Xunji's ears. The next second, the content of the new god trial was transmitted to his ears. Asura god trial. Fifth trial, face the Asura source. Trial content. Enter the Asura god's slaughter source space, endure the impact of endless slaughter intent, and do not be consumed by inner demons. Success rewards 10% affinity with Asura's divine force and the Asura domain. Passing the god trial would allow him to skip the slaughter domain and be rewarded directly with the Asura domain. This was indeed very tempting. The Asura god's slaughter source space was located within the Hell Road of Slaughter City. The god trial was urgent. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qian Xunji transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Slaughter City. Tang Hao, who was already red-eyed and breathing heavily like a bull, looked in shock at the direction where Qian Xunji had departed. His invincible grandfather was dead, his head severed by a single sword strike, and his body and head were even stored into a spirit tool and taken away as a trophy. He felt like an incompetent grandson, only able to watch all of this helplessly, unable to do anything. Grandfather, grandfather, grandfather. Tang Hao, with tears streaming down his face, roared in anger, his voice shrill and miserable. Hauer, don't cry. Even if you cry yourself to death here, you won't cry the enemy to death. Bring your father's body back and give him a proper burial. Sect Master Tang Zhen, who had also witnessed Tang Chen's death and was covered in tears, patted his son Tang Hao's shoulder as a father and comforted him. Father, I swear, I will definitely cultivate to the limit douluo realm, personally kill the enemy who murdered grandfather, and bring grandfather's body home for a proper burial. Tang Hao vowed, he would cultivate diligently, become even stronger than his grandfather, kill Qian Xunji, and avenge his grandfather. If he didn't avenge this, he, Tang Hao, swore he would not be a man. On a mountain peak in the distance, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun and Ji Yurong witnessed the entire process of Tang Chen being killed by Qian Xunji's sword, and his body and head being stored into a spirit tool as a trophy. Both were powerful titled Douluo, and they were shocked by Qian Xunji's fluid and seamless execution. He was so practiced. Both were equally amazed by Qian Xunji's arrogant, cold, aloof, and decisive demeanor. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing through the other's thoughts. Tang Chen was dead. The position of the number one sect in the world should change hands. Both were people devoted to their sects, equally ambitious and capable, wanting their own sects to take the seat of the world's number one sect. While Tang Chen was alive, they only dared to think about such things in their hearts. But now that Tang Chen was dead, the Clear Sky sect only had Sect Master Tang Zhen, a titled douluo who wasn't even a super douluo, holding the fort. When Sect Master Tang Zhen was young, he failed in practicing the ring explosion, leaving behind internal injuries. They knew this clearly through spies planted inside the Clear Sky sect. A titled douluo with internal injuries, whose full strength could very likely only be a flash in the pan, was simply too easy to bully. Green Phoenix douluo recovered from the shock of Tang Chen's death. That guy Tang Chen, he died just like that, it's truly unexpected. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, saying in a milky voice, his body was even taken away as a trophy. Tang Chen was dead, and Bibi Dong was very happy inside. If it weren't for Qian Dalu and Green Phoenix douluo being by her side, she would have laughed out loud like a pig. In this world, Tang Chen died before meeting High Priestess Bo Saishi. This was simply too wonderful. High Priestess Bo Saishi, who was arrogant, conceited, and only had the sea god Poseidon in her heart, without falling in love with Tang Chen and without becoming disheartened by his death, how could she possibly sacrifice herself to Tang San? No, in this life, she, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, had been reborn. How could she possibly allow that brat Tang San to inherit the sea god position? The Asura god position, that was even less possible for Tang San to inherit. Tang San, that person who deceived her beloved disciple Huliena, took away Xiaoging's love for her, and even killed her man. Bibi Dong's gaze glanced at Tang Hao, and a flash of cunning crossed her eyes. In this life, once Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor united to give birth to Tang San, she would definitely give a big gift that would accompany Tang San for his entire life. Qian Dalu gave an instruction to Green Phoenix douluo, and after taking Bibi Dong back to Spirit City, he chased in the direction where Qian Xunji had flown. His good friend Tang Chen was dead. He could accept this result. Even if the winner took the spirit bones from his body as a trophy, he could understand it. Such things were a normal phenomenon in the Spirit Master's world. He wouldn't say anything, nor would he intervene. But his friend died in battle, and his body was taken away as a trophy, unable to be laid to rest. That was another matter entirely. Holy crap, the angel douluo is chasing after him. Ji Yurong exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. This is the rhythm of starting 2 limit douluo battles in one day. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun was equally shocked. The two took off directly, following behind. Seeing this, Sect Master Tang Zhen wiped his tears and chased after them. Among the surviving onlookers, Spirit Masters with flight abilities summoned their spirits, used flight spirit abilities, and followed closely behind. Angel douluo Qian Dalu vs the mysterious armored douluo. Although the risk of watching this battle was extremely high, not watching it would be a lifetime regret. Chapter 31. Rakshasa God, the Wild Angel God High Priest. Why is that foolish guy Qian Dalu following me? Qian Xunji, in flight, realized the identity of the person chasing him and felt very puzzled. He did not remember when he had released his spirit in front of Qian Dalu to reveal his true face. Furthermore, his current spirit appearance was the Emperor armor, not that female bird person of the 6-winged angel martial soul. The elemental attributes also didn't match. There were even 3 extra attributes: gold, water, and ice. Plus, he was a powerhouse with 99th level demigod cultivation. How could the foolish Qian Dalu see through the Emperor armor at a glance and recognize that I am Qian Xunji? It couldn't be to retrieve Tang Chen's corpse, could it? Thinking of this, Qian Xunji's face darkened. Qian Dalu was the #1 person holding Spirit Hall back. This was an era before Spirit Hall had torn off the mask with the Clear Sky sect over the love story of Ah Yin and Tang Hao. It was an era where love disputes between Qian Dalu, High Priestess Bo Saishi, and Tang Chen did not exist. It was even an era where Qian Dalu and Tang Chen were still good friends and good buddies. The foolish Qian Dalu, in order to retrieve his good friend's corpse, came to chase him, fight, and take back Tang Chen's corpse. Then hold a big banquet, bury him properly, and let him rest in peace. It was not impossible, but Qian Dalu was Qian Dalu. Qian Xunji would not bury a landmine for himself for the sake of the foolish Qian Dalu and the morality in his heart. Blind filial piety kills people. Tang Chen's corpse and soul must not be lost before inheriting the Asura god seat. This was Qian Xunji's bottom line. Qian Xunji moved his thoughts, combining spirit power and mental force to form a symmetric streamlined body with a length to diameter ratio of about 4:1 around his body. The wind resistance decreased, making Qian Xunji's flight speed even faster. This caused the flight distance between the two sides to constantly widen. The spirit masters following Qian Xunji and Qian Dalu in flight behind them felt filled with helplessness when they saw this scene. That guy flies so fast, and he can actually accelerate. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun widened his eyes and spoke in disbelief. As a 99th level limit douluo with the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Dalu's flight speed was already exaggerated enough. Even if he, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, used all his strength, he was far behind. Couldn't fly fast enough, simply couldn't catch up. But that guy Qian Xunji clearly had a spirit that looked like a heavy full body armor. If his flight speed was the same as Qian Dalu's, it could be understood as both being 99th level limit douluos. But you can still accelerate in a straight line. Being fast in turns is good technique. Being fast in a straight line is truly fast. I originally thought Qian Dalu, who is invincible in the sky, was the fastest flying spirit master on the continent. I didn't expect someone to be faster than him. Gu Rong praised insincerely. Although he possessed the space spirit ability, teleportation, flight speed was not his strong suit. Qian Xunji's flight speed, which left them far behind, was simply not that of a spirit master. Damn it. Gu Rong cursed inwardly. Powerful strength, runs fast too, does this give people a chance to take revenge? As time passed, except for Qian Dalu who was still persistently biting Qian Xunji's heels, everyone else had been shaken off. The others stopped following because their spirit power was exhausted and their flight speed slowed down. The sun sets over the Witch Mountain as the moon rises, the night is dark as streaks of light pass by. Inside the Star Luo Empire. Mom, look, there are shooting stars in the sky. Child, that's not a shooting star. Spirit masters can fly, their strength is powerful. Chasing back and forth, the people below suffer. Give Tang Chen's corpse back. Qian Daoliu shouted at the Qian Xunji in front. But Qian Xunji's flight speed was faster than the speed of sound. He really couldn't hear it. Even if Qian Xunji heard it, he would treat it as if he hadn't and directly ignore Qian Daoliu. Finally, he arrived at Slaughter City, located in the Great Western Wasteland. Qian Xunji didn't even give Qian Daoliu a glance, an international gesture, a second of hesitation, or even a taunt. He dove straight into Slaughter City. Seeing this, Qian Daoliu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and puffed out mist. The place called Slaughter City was filled with evil and filthy energy. Easy to enter, hard to leave. Once an owner of the angel spirit enters, they might absorb a large amount of evil filth and subsequently fall. Even the owner of a six-winged angel martial soul would have a certain chance of falling into darkness. Therefore, the ancestors of the Qian family left a warning, strictly forbidding future generations from entering Slaughter City. It was the Rakshasa god, a divine thought left in Slaughter City. The fallen ones in Slaughter City had all been slaughtered clean by Qian Xunji, leaving it unable to absorb even a bit of resentment or evil thoughts. The Rakshasa god is a combination of all evil thoughts in the world. Without evil energy to eat, its energy cannot be replenished, and it will be starved to death and dissipate in the world. Damn, why is this Asura successor Qian Xunji back in Slaughter City? The Rakshasa god stared and its jaw dropped. In less than a year, he reached the 5th trial of Asura. Where did this grinder come from? Scared, run. It thought that it wouldn't be long before Qian Xunji inherited the Asura god seat. By that time, it would be driven out of Slaughter City. Instead of leaving in disgrace then, it was better to leave actively and dashingly now. The Rakshasa god turned into a purple light and left Slaughter City once again. As soon as it came out, it saw Qian Daoliu, his gaze fixed on the entrance of Slaughter City. Wow, a wild angel god high priest. This heart is full of resentment, so fragrant. As an evil, fun-loving god, the Rakshasa god immediately burrowed into Qian Daoliu's mental consciousness, hiding while starting an evil thought buffet. A mere angel god high priest, just a mortal. Even if he is a 99th level limit douluo, so what? Rakshasa god. I only need to move my fingers to control the other party to do anything. 24 hours later, Qian Daoliu left the entrance of Slaughter City and flew back to Spirit City. The Rakshasa god followed Qian Daoliu back to Spirit City like a parasite, and its eyes lit up when it saw Bibi Dong. So young, yet full of resentment, full of evil thoughts. This girl truly has the potential to inherit the Rakshasa god position. But it's not enough, need to continue observing. It began to think about how to make Bibi Dong a resentful woman who resents heaven and earth, full of soaring resentment. If one does not resent heaven, does not resent earth, and does not resent the people of the world, how can one be qualified to become the Rakshasa god's successor and inherit the Rakshasa god position? On the topic of how to make a woman resent heaven and earth, the Rakshasa god's performance. I am a professional, I have 9 methods to turn a woman into a resentful woman who resents heaven and earth but not herself. The Rakshasa god smiled wickedly. It planned to control the angel god high priest, commit a grave mistake, and subsequently fall into becoming the Rakshasa god high priest. To humiliate that bitch, the angel god. But for now, it planned to lurk for a few years, waiting for the Asura successor to pass the god trials, leave the douluo continent, and ascend to the god realm. After all, by examining Qian Dalu's memories, it learned that the Asura successor, Qian Xunji, was his son. It was not sure what attitude Qian Xunji had towards this father who had suppressed and impoverished him since childhood. Acting rashly might lead to life-threatening danger. As a divine thought, it had been able to survive in Slaughter City for so long by being cautious, assessing the situation, and never provoking people it couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 32. The 3-year period has arrived. 3 years passed by in a flash. Spirit City, Holy Maiden Palace. Inside the room, the large bed was draped with netting and covered in silk quilts, mist swirled, and the scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. 11-year-old Bibi Dong, now growing into a graceful young lady, sat fully submerged in a wooden tub, absorbing the essence of the medicinal bath. She channeled her spirit power to draw the medicinal essence into her body, strengthening her physique and increasing her cultivation. As she did so, her mind wandered to how Qian Dalu had been spoiling her with luxury over the past 3 years. This feeling of being lavished with care, indulged without limit, and having every request granted couldn't help but make her fall into deep memory. In her previous life, Qian Xunji had also treated her this well once. But everything changed from the moment she decided to confront Qian Xunji at the Supreme Pontiff Palace, determined to leave Spirit Hall, elope with her beloved Xiaogang, and marry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. That old geezer Qian Xunji, that beast, that scum, that idiot who didn't understand love and lacked any sense of romance. He actually relied on his superior strength to knock her unconscious. Then, he imprisoned her in a secret chamber, forced his love upon her, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Qian Runshui. What made Bibi Dong hate Qian Xunji even more was what he did afterwards. That bastard Qian Xunji actually took her to see her beloved Xiaogang after the incident, forcing her to say cruel things to him, breaking his heart and humiliating him. She watched as Xiaogang was dragged out of Spirit City by 2 palace guards, kicked in the rear, landing face first with his bottom in the air, looking utterly humiliated. Bibi Dong. Ah, ah, ah. Damn you, Qian Xunji. I will kill you 10,000 times over, 10,000 times. She didn't know how long it had been before Bibi Dong finally snapped back to reality. Fortunately, in this life, Xiaogang had not yet come to Spirit City, none of those things had happened yet, and everything still had a chance to change. Xiaogang, in this life, I will never let anyone hurt you again. Bibi Dong silently swore to herself. After making her vow, Bibi Dong stood up and left the tub. With the help of her maid, she dried herself off and put on a gorgeous outfit and little brown round-toed leather shoes. She stepped out. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace office, files were piled up like mountains. Spirit Hall was, after all, a continental-level power. Even in remote backwaters like Saint Spirit Village, they had established branch halls. Imperial power didn't reach the countryside, but Spirit Hall did. With such a vast jurisdiction, there were naturally many files to process. Qian Dalu, who had already retired to the consecrated hall as the high priest to enjoy his twilight years, had returned to the Supreme Pontiff Palace to do the work of the Supreme Pontiff, processing files all day. Rebellious son, oh rebellious son. 5 years, it's been a full 5 years, and you haven't even returned to Spirit City once. We agreed you would marry and have children within 3 years, yet I don't see you bringing a woman or children back. I already retired from being the Supreme Pontiff to enjoy my retirement as the High Priest, yet here I am, rehired to do the Supreme Pontiff's work. Qian Xunji, you really are an unfilial son. Complaining in his heart was one thing, but the files in his hands still had to be processed. Working 007, with endless files to process every day, caused resentment to constantly brew in Qian Dalu's heart. For the Rakshasa god, who was parasitizing Qian Dalu's mental consciousness, this was a good thing. Every day, there was a buffet of resentment to feast upon. Besides Qian Dalu, the group of bishops in the Supreme Pontiff Palace office processing files provided a continuous stream of resentment every day. They had no holidays and worked over 12 hours a day. The work was far from finished. Resentment was generated every moment. Rakshasa god, it is so pleasant here, I don't even miss Slaughter City. Donger, you're here. Seeing Bibi Dong arrive, Qian Dalu changed his expression in a second, shifting from a look of despair and extreme resentment to a kind, smiling face. Master, I've already reached level 30. Bibi Dong acted cute and sweet, smiling sweetly. This was all just her outward performance. Inwardly, seeing Qian Dalu made her complain and feel disdain, continuously generating resentment. The Rakshasa god, eating the feast of resentment produced by Bibi Dong, mocked her, ingrate. Although Bibi Dong was an ingrate, the god trials had to be given, and the god position had to be passed on. In the god realm, the Rakshasa god position was a hot potato that everyone despised. The original entity had long wanted to pass down the Rakshasa god position, but unfortunately, it could never find a good candidate. It had finally found a good seedling like Bibi Dong, who possessed twin top-tier evil spirits and was full of resentment. Even if the other party was an ungrateful wretch, what had to be given still had to be given. It would certainly not be like the sea god Poseidon, who generously bestowed spirit rings upon his trial takers. Rakshasa god. An ingrate does not deserve good things from this god. Gold Crocodile Douluo watched Bibi Dong's departing figure and advised Qian Dalu, High Priest, your bottomless indulgence of Bibi Dong is not a good thing. It's fine, I have my own measure. Qian Dalu waved his hand, not caring in the least. Gold Crocodile Douluo held his forehead, unable to bear watching. He really didn't know what was going through Qian Dalu's mind. He was so harsh on his own son, carrying out the raise them poor policy to the end. Yet for Bibi Dong, who had no blood relation to him, he was so indulgently doting, granting every request, and fully implementing the raise them rich policy. Gold Crocodile Douluo understood why Qian Xunji had left for 5 years and never returned home. If it were him, he might have done the same. After all, whoever wanted to do this supreme pontiff work could do it. He, Gold Crocodile Douluo, really didn't want to stay in the office processing files anymore. In Slaughter City, on the Hell Road, within the Asura god's source of slaughter space, there was only white. You are the Chamber Douluo, you are the Chamber Douluo. Facing the onslaught of slaughter consciousness, Qian Xunji didn't even lift his eyelids, simply saying indifferently, I am Qian Xunji, not the Chamber Douluo. Staying here for 3 years, being bothered by the slaughter consciousness every day, was truly agonizing. Fortunately, the 3-year period had arrived, and he could finally leave this broken place where there was nothing. Over the 3 years, Qian Xunji had initially comprehended the laws of slaughter here, raised his cultivation to the quasi-god realm, and mastered a certain amount of spatial power. Besides the laws of slaughter, he had also comprehended the laws of war. He combined the Asura killing intent with the consciousness of war, forming the prototype of Asura battle chi. 3 years, 36 months. Checking in on time every month, he obtained 1 sword separates the world. 1 sword separates the world. 1 sword breaks 10,000 laws, infrared laser guidance, instantly killing powerful enemies. On the Douluo continent, 1 sword separates the world belonged to the category of high-power divine skills. Theoretically, as long as the body could support it, the power had no upper limit. A divine skill, it must be practiced. 1 resurrection magic card, capable of resurrecting dead people and spirit beasts, even gods. It was a good item, but he threw it into the system space to gather dust. Qian Xunji. On the Douluo continent, I am a lone wolf, there is no one I want to resurrect. Obtained 5 senzu beans. Senzu beans. As long as one eats a single bean, injuries can be rapidly recovered. Even the Silver Dragon King, who was healing at the bottom of the Lake of Life, could be fully healed and restored to her peak state by eating just 1 senzu bean. Giving senzu beans to the Silver Dragon and becoming a Dragon Knight was not something he wanted to do. Qian Xunji naturally practiced the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan well. Not recording the heart separation control insect master Ninghai's brain, and the great Sumeru hammer ring explosion and clear sky 9 absolutes in Tang Chen's brain, would simply be a waste of such knowledge. The level 12 fixed station spirit guidance cannonball, Eternal Kingdom, known as a god-slaying weapon. Unfortunately, there was only one, otherwise, he would really like to take one to Sea God Island for a test explosion to measure data and analyze its power. As for other check-in rewards, such as the Spirit Ring, Spirit Bone Deprivation Card, Zemu River Water, Evil Warding Sword Technique, Mysterious Heaven Skill, Tang Sect Hidden Weapons and Poison Scripture, Unyielding Staff Technique, etc., they were all stored in the system space gathering dust. He was a dignified transmigrator with a system mother, why would he waste time practicing some mysterious heaven skill? But the purple demon eye still had to be practiced well. Raising mental force was very important. When the time came, the meditating Qian Xunji stood up without hesitation and stepped out of the Asura god's source of slaughter space. As soon as he came out, the voice of the Asura god reached his ears. Chapter 33 See God. Asura, you are not acting like a god. Asura God Trial 5th Trial. Pass the heart tempering in the Asura God's slaughter origin space for 3 years. Reward. 10% Asura Divine Force Affinity. Reward, Asura Domain. As the Asura God's voice faded, Qian Xunji only felt his own spirit undergo a change. The original angelic domain completely disappeared, and the slaughter god domain upgraded into the Asura domain. Fortunately, the six-winged angel martial soul's ability to purify the spirit power within others did not disappear. The Asura domain is a true god-level domain. Before truly inheriting the Asura god seat, its true power cannot be unleashed. Although the angelic domain is good, it is just that, in a true high-level match, a mere 30% boost is not enough. Once the Asura domain was opened, the environment within the domain instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, and Qian Xunji's eye color immediately turned red, while his hair color also turned white. Silver hair and red eyes do not make one a loli. In the ice and snow, a red light flashes. Qian Xunji crossed his arms over his chest, his right hand supporting his chin. He was thinking about how to make the Asura domain normalized, and how to fix the domain's range around his body so it would not affect the environment or others. There was no helping it. He felt that silver hair and red eyes were much more handsome than blonde hair and golden eyes. Whether one is strong or not is a matter of the version, but handsome is a lifelong matter. However, Qian Xunji would actually prefer noble and elegant black hair and black eyes. Going out with a head of blonde hair would result in people treating him as a yellow hair. What is the next god trial? Qian Xunji murmured aloud. Speak of the god trial, and the god trial appears. A burst of dazzling red light flashed. Qian Xunji closed his eyes and raised his hand to his eye socket to block the light. When the red light faded, an altar appeared before his eyes. A sword was thrust into the altar. Open black lens bracket Asura demon sword, a replica of the super divine artifact Asura god sword, forged by the Asura god king using his own origin and Asura killing intent. Close black lens bracket. Qian Xunji glanced at the system's appraisal and knew that the sword before him was the one in the hands of the Slaughter King in the original work. It was also the one Tang San used to kill Bibi Dong during the Three Gods battle at Jialing Pass. In the douluo continent plot, Qian Xunji died at the hands of Bibi Dong. But if Qian Xunji held this sword that killed Bibi Dong, the big picture would be reversed. Dongzi, if I am the Asura god king and you are the Rakshasa god, then I shall bestow upon you one sword, Asura judgment. Do not disappoint this seat, to the point where I cannot even raise the interest to kill you. The Rakshasa god position is at least a grade 1 god position, qualifying to be stored in the system space and becoming a decent collectible. Asura God Trial 6th Trial. Obtain the recognition of the divine artifact Asura Demon Sword. Obtain the recognition of the Asura Demon Sword. Do these douluo divine artifacts and super divine artifacts have artifact spirits? It should be that the Asura god has a divine thought deposited in the Asura Demon Sword, acting as the examiner, right? The God Trial content requires a self-created spirit ability, and it must be a sword technique type spirit ability. As the Asura successor, one should be able to possess powerful combat strength without relying on spirit ring or spirit bone skills. There is also a note. The self-created spirit ability must be powerful, otherwise it will not obtain the recognition of the Asura Demon Sword. Qian Xunji had the feeling of being scammed. Or rather, he subconsciously believed that the Asura god was tricking him for his skills. In the original work, that guy Tang Chen didn't know any sword techniques at all, nor did he have any sword technique type. Self-created spirit abilities. In this era, only the Angel Qian family, the 7-Kill Chen family, and the Wind Sword Feng family have sword technique type self-created spirit abilities. Probably, possibly, just those 3 families. Forget it, I will demonstrate one sword separates the world to the Asura god. Completing the Asura god trial as soon as possible is the most important thing. Qian Xunji did not use his spirit avatar, but simply took out an ordinary iron sword and began to demonstrate. Accumulating power, sword chi forming threads, infrared laser guidance, one sword breaks 10,000 laws. The rocks of the Hell Road were sliced open like tofu, the cuts smooth and delicate. God Realm, Asura God Temple. The Asura God saw Qian Xunji demonstrating, one sword separates the world, through the water curtain. Good, good, good. He clapped his hands and shouted, good, 3 times. The Asura God is one of the 5 God Kings of the God Realm, having lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The depth of his experience and the sharpness of his vision are evident. He saw the extraordinary nature of, one sword separates the world, at a glance. He watched Qian Xunji practice it once a day for 3 days, and the power of the move increased day by day. Moreover, the increase in power was not gradual, but a qualitative change that spanned levels. Asura God. I have already planned to pass the God position to him. What is wrong with learning his self-created divine skill? Possessing the earth-shattering power of one sword separates the world, the Asura God was very tempted. At this moment, in his heart, he already regarded it as his trump card for when he leaves the God realm to travel the universe. The Asura God's gaze turned towards the Sea God Temple, thinking, I can only make the Sea God suffer a little. Qian Xunji gave him a big surprise, so of course he had to return the favor. But even though he is a God King, he cannot directly cast things from the God realm onto the douluo continent to give to Qian Xunji as a fortuitous encounter. Therefore, he could only fleece some wool from the territory of the sea god Poseidon. Asura God Trial 7th Trial, I have decided it shall be you. In the sea god temple, the sea god Poseidon sensed that Qian Xunji, this involution king, had come to the ocean again. He has already completed the Asura 6 trials. Poseidon took a deep breath, very surprised. In so many years, this was the first time he had seen someone complete the Asura 6 trials within the God trial content personally formulated by the Asura God himself. The sea god remembered that the Asura 5th trial required the successor to temper their heart in the Asura God slaughter origin space for 3 years. Staying in that broken place for 3 years, let alone a mortal who hasn't become a god, even if a grade 2 god went, they wouldn't be able to stay that long before going crazy. A God King level God trial is truly terrifying. How did this angel descendant pass the Asura 6th trial? I heard Asura say that the 6th trial requires the successor to self-create a spirit ability that can satisfy him. There were some things the sea god dared not say, fearing he would be struck by the Asura blood sword. A self-created spirit ability that can satisfy a God King, that is clearly more than just a self-created spirit ability. It is clearly a divine skill, and one that is the prototype of a super divine skill with God King level potential. The Asura God has cast a wide net for so many years, with countless God trial participants, and has repeatedly lowered the standards, yet still, no one has been able to pass the God trial and inherit the God position. It is all because the God trial content is too difficult and the requirements are too high. Those who can inherit a God King God position are all prodigies with the aptitude of a God King. As long as they do not fall halfway, and have enough fortuitous encounters and resources, they can rise like a dragon in one day, step into the realm of a God King, open up a God realm, and govern a star region. The sea god believed that he also had the potential to become a God King, he just lacked a bit of fortuitous encounter and resources. He wanted to pass down his God position and leave the God realm to travel the universe, which was to search for the fortuitous encounter to break through to the God King realm. If one's cultivation does not enter the God King realm, one is ultimately inferior. Poseidon. I, sea god Poseidon, have dominated my whole life and should not be weaker than others. In the water curtain, the direction Qian Xunji was flying made him feel familiar. He remembered that direction seemed to be. Asura, you really are not acting like a god. That is the sea god trial I left for my successor. Poseidon's eyes turned red. He was panting like an ox, and he kicked open the door of the Asura God temple. He was very angry, very furious. That was a gift he had specially left for his successor, a great fortuitous encounter. Asura, my mount, the demon soul great white shark king shall buy, as well as the God trial content, the evil spirit orca king, you still haven't compensated me for them. Now your successor has run to the ocean again, and is even going to the demon whale sea area. Poseidon slapped the table, furious, that successor of yours is just a slaughter god, you owe me a big whale. Calm down, if it's dead, At worst, I'll just go down to the lower realm and resurrect it with divine force. This time, the Asura god knew he was in the wrong and did not mind the sea god Poseidon kicking the door and slapping the table. Asura, you say it lightly, will destruction let me go to the lower realm? If destruction gives you trouble, just push it onto me. The Asura god patted his chest and guaranteed. When destruction comes knocking, don't come to me to complain, he is too long-winded. After Poseidon finished speaking, he rolled his eyes at the Asura god and left the Asura god temple. He had to return to his own temple and issue an oracle to his high priest, telling them to quickly use the 9th soul skill and summon the sea god. Poseidon was just afraid that after Qian Xunji killed the deep-sea demon whale king, he would recover the corpse and the soul at the same time. Without a soul, even wanting to resurrect it would be impossible. Chapter 34. Deep-sea demon whale, worth raising. Amidst a thin cloud above the deep-sea demon whale's territory. Without activating his spirit, Qian Xunji stood in the void, blowing in the salty sea breeze while eating a fragrant squid skewer. The deep-sea demon whale king and his wife, the demon empress, were among the few spirit beasts that Qian Xunji regarded with special attention. As villains, the couple performed their roles dutifully, resisting the tyranny of divine power. Especially the demon empress. She could be considered a breath of fresh air among all the works in the douluo continent. As a female spirit beast, she did not fall in love with a human male, but focused solely on revenge and took action. In comparison, Xiao Wu and the Silver Dragon King were just love-struck fools who gave themselves away, not worth mentioning. It would be a real pity to kill this couple. Qian Xunji murmured, feeling quite regretful. He thought to himself that if they were sensible and obedient, it wouldn't be impossible to take them in and raise them in the Wansho Terrace small dimension. There was no need to mention the potential of the deep-sea demon whale clan. 990,000-year-old super fierce beasts were proof enough. Qian Xunji took the corpse of the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai from his system space. Its fins, brain, internal organs, teeth, and other parts had all been gutted, leaving only flesh and bones. Using his mental force to control it, he fed it precisely into its mouth. Qian Xunji's goal was simple. First, feed the deep-sea demon whale king until it reached 1 million years. Once the million-year heavenly tribulation descended, the deep-sea demon whale king would undoubtedly die. While the heavenly tribulation was brewing, he would tell it about how the dragon god forbade the spirit beast race from becoming gods, and how the gods of the god realm targeted spirit beasts by tampering with the heavenly tribulation to prevent them from ascending. Even if the deep-sea demon whale king was unwilling to sacrifice itself, he could take advantage of its weakened state during the heavenly tribulation to deliver a fatal blow. Regardless, the Asura god's 7th test, defeating the deep-sea demon whale king, would definitely be passed. Then, he would recover its body, spirit ring, and spirit bone, a guaranteed profit. On the seabed, a giant whale, over 200 meters long, was fast asleep. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and it smelled a familiar scent. The deep-sea demon whale king opened its single eye, and upon seeing the gutted shark corpse before it, exclaimed in surprise, "Is this that bastard Poseidon's mount?" Without any hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. 100,000-year-old devil spirit great white shark didn't taste good, it was foul and stinky, but it ate it happily. As sea god Poseidon's #1 lackey, the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai had always relied on the sea god's backing to run rampant in the ocean, bullying the weak. The deep-sea demon whale king had long been annoyed by her. If it hadn't been too lazy to go to the sea god island waters to feed, that slut would have died long ago. It chewed the bones, swallowed them, and refined them, gaining several hundred years of cultivation. The deep-sea demon whale king was curious about which hero was so brave as to challenge the sea god's majesty and kill the sea god's mount. Whoever it was, whether a spirit beast or a human, as long as they targeted the sea god faction and killed sea god believers, they were a good one. Just as the deep-sea demon whale king finished eating and refining the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai, more food appeared before it, the evil spirit orca king. Without hesitation, it swallowed it in one gulp as well. Although the evil spirit orca clan led by the evil spirit orca king was also anti-sea god, they had a feud with the deep-sea demon whale king. Relying on their large numbers, the evil spirit orca clan had once bullied them by ganging up on the couple. If it hadn't chosen to keep devouring and growing stronger to protect its wife, perhaps the couple would have been slaughtered and devoured by the evil spirit orca clan. Over the next period of time, Qian Xunji continuously fed spirit beast flesh into the deep-sea demon whale king's mouth. The deep-sea demon whale king accepted everything that came its way, choosing to eat, eat, and eat. 100,000-year-old ice plain wolf emperor, eat, eat, eat. 100,000-year-old titan snow demon possessed the ice god's bloodline, a good thing. The sky azure bull python, a descendant of the dragon race with dual water and lightning attributes, was a great supplement. Just like that, under Qian Xunji's feeding, the deep-sea demon whale king's age soared. Finally, it reached 1 million years. Oh no, I ate too much. I shouldn't have been so greedy. The deep-sea demon whale king felt the changes in its cultivation and the pressure descending from the sky, and it was filled with regret. But things had reached this point, and it had no other choice but to bite the bullet and survive the million-year spirit beast heavenly tribulation, hoping to transform into a dragon and become a divine beast in one go. Since the Great War in the god realm, no spirit beast has been able to become a god. A mental transmission. The deep-sea demon whale king said in an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" Deep-sea demon whale king, don't you want to know why the spirit beast race cannot become gods? Qian Xunji used teleportation to arrive at the seabed, appearing before the deep-sea demon whale king. His body was enveloped in a mental force barrier, protecting him from the seawater. Following the deep-sea demon whale king's loud call, his wife and daughter also woke from their slumber. The two approached, surrounding Qian Xunji. The demon empress felt the massive energy within Qian Xunji, which was not at all inferior to her husband's, and felt worried. A human with such powerful strength must have come with ill intentions. Lan Fozi opened her clear, foolish big eyes, looking curiously at the human who dared to appear before her father. This man was much more handsome than those male spirit masters on Sea God Island. Human, you fed me 100,000-year spirit beasts to reach 1 million years of cultivation, surely not for my spirit bone. The deep-sea demon whale king spoke, his tone still unfriendly but mixed with a trace of doubt. If a spirit beast wanted to live long, it had to remain vigilant against any humans that appeared before it. Humans could not be trusted. A hybrid like sea god Poseidon, born of human and beast, was even less trustworthy. This object is called a lie detector. A red light means lying, and a green light means telling the truth. Qian Xunji held the lie detector and explained. After he finished speaking, the green light lit up. Lan Fozi was like a curious baby. Sea god Poseidon is a big bad guy, she said. The green light lit up. Lan Fozi's eyes lit up, and she continued, Sea god Slave Island. The green light lit up. High Priestess Bo Saishi has no man who wants her. The red light lit up. Seeing the red light, Lan Fozi had a big question mark on her round head. The current High Priestess Bo Saishi was already 100 years old and unmarried. Didn't that mean no man wanted her? Why did this lie detector light up red? This meant she had lied. Lan Fozi. I don't understand, where did I say something wrong? Fozi, we have a guest, don't mess around. The deep-sea demon whale king seemed to be criticizing, but his tone was actually doting. After all, he knew that those unmarried male sacred pillar douluos on Sea God Island would definitely be willing to marry Bo Saishi if she were willing to marry them. Saying that Bo Saishi had no man who wanted her was indeed a lie. Why can't spirit beasts become gods? He looked at Qian Xunji, his tone serious. For the safety of his wife and daughter, he had to find out the answer to this. At the same time, it was also for the sake of taking revenge on Poseidon. Without becoming a god, he would never be able to obtain the power to take revenge on that hypocritical villain, Poseidon. Furthermore, the million-year heavenly tribulation was approaching, and he had to find a way to survive. Chapter 35 The Sea God's Command. Unless the dragon god fully revives and the dragon clan returns to its peak, all beasts of heaven and earth, and all spirit beasts in the human world, shall never be allowed to independently attain godhood. The god realm will never accept any beastly divinities not led by the dragon god. Qian Xunji recited the original dragon god oath in a flat tone, yet it felt like a great mountain pressing down on the deep-sea demon whale king and his wife, pinning them down until they could hardly breathe. Seeing the green light of the lie detector turn on, knowing that this was the truth and not a lie, they felt despair in their hearts. So this was the truth behind why the spirit beast race could not attain godhood. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Being unable to attain godhood, unable to take revenge on that bastard Poseidon, and unable to protect his wife and daughter, the deep-sea demon whale king could not accept this cruel reality. The truth was so cruel, so comical. The one who truly cut off the path to godhood for spirit beasts was actually the dragon god, who was once revered by all beasts. The God Realm Committee took the opportunity to abolish all beastly god positions, creating a dual blockade. The dragon god oath is the root cause, and the laws of the God Realm are the external constraints. With the two combined, all beasts have been unable to ascend to godhood for hundreds of millions of years. As Qian Xunji finished speaking, the green light turned on. The demon empress closed her eyes, her heart was dead. She had thought that the dragon god oath making it impossible for spirit beasts to independently attain godhood was desperate enough. She had not expected that this was only the first layer of shackles, and that there was another layer of blockade from the God Realm behind it. Under these dual shackles, all beasts were unable to ascend to godhood for hundreds of millions of years. What does this phrase, spirit beasts shall never be allowed to independently attain godhood, mean? The demon empress spotted the key issue. Literal meaning. Spirit beasts are not allowed to independently attain godhood, but that does not mean there is no opportunity to attain godhood. In his mind, Qian Xunji thought of the three spirit beasts, Xiao Wu, Da Ming, and Ming, who became spirit beasts because of Tang San attaining godhood during the First Era. He also thought of the seven spirit beasts, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Xiao Bai, Octagon, Li Ya, Evil Emperor, and Tian Meng, who became spirit beasts because of Dai Yu Hao attaining godhood during the Second Era. If a spirit beast sacrifices itself to a spirit master, with its soul entrusted to the spirit ring and spirit bone, then when the spirit master attains godhood and goes to the God Realm to absorb the celestial spirit energy to resurrect them, they can ascend to the heavens in one step and become a spirit beast. The green light turned on, indicating that Qian Xunji was not lying. You want me to sacrifice myself to you? The deep-sea demon whale king's form of address changed, and his tone was not as distant, but he remained vigilant. If you are willing, Qian Xunji nodded in admission. After all, no human can refuse the spirit ring and spirit bone of a million-year spirit beast, can they? The deep-sea demon whale king looked at the truthful Qian Xunji with new eyes. You are honest, unlike that hypocrite Poseidon. That hypocritical face of Poseidon, saying one thing and doing another, appearing righteous and awe-inspiring on the surface, while actually engaging in shady, dirty, and despicable deeds in the shadows. On Sea God Island, the class structure was rigid. Sea spirit masters lived in misery. Those children on Sea God Island who did not awaken spirit power were directly exiled, their lives or deaths unknown. He claimed to maintain peace and justice in the ocean, but in reality, he connived with the sea. Spirit beasts that worshipped him to slaughter those that did not, and even euphemistically called them evil sea spirit beasts that endangered the ocean and deserved to be killed. You can attain godhood? Lan Fozi asked curiously. Even an existence as powerful as her father could not attain godhood, so could this handsome human in front of her attain godhood? She did not believe it in her heart. Barring any accidents, I can inherit the Asura god seat. Qian Xunji did not hide it, nor was there any need to. Even if he could not successfully inherit the Asura god seat, he was confident that he could reach level 100 and attain godhood. However, whether he could reach the God King realm by relying on condensing his own god position, he could not guarantee 100%. You are a divinity successor. ×3. Guaranteed genuine. The green light turned on. He was telling the truth, not lying. The man before them was actually a successor to a divinity, with the opportunity to inherit a god position and ascend to the God realm. A sliver of a thought about sacrificing himself arose in the heart of the deep-sea demon whale king. But just at this moment, an accident occurred. A large number of sea spirit beasts, led by the devil spirit great white shark, swarmed into the demon whale sea area from all directions. Deep-sea demon whale king, the sea god has issued an order. You are commanded to surrender immediately. Asura successor, the ocean does not welcome you. High Priestess Bo Saishi was high above, her voice cold and commanding. Augmented by spirit power, it reached the ears of Qian Xunji and the deep-sea demon whale king's family of 3. Upon hearing this, Qian Xunji was in a great mood. He knew that the sea god lineage had come to provide him with an assist. With a sweep of his divine sense, he thought, Good heavens, there are no fewer than 10,000 spirit beasts, and adding the 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts, a massive army of 1,000,000 is pressing in. So much meat from these sea spirit beasts could raise many 10,000-year man-faced demon spiders. Bo Saishi, instead of staying on Sea God Island to retire properly, you dare to come to my territory to run wild and even dare to command me. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? The deep-sea demon whale was furious. A mere high priestess of the sea god actually dared to leave Sea God Island and bring so many sea spirit beasts to run wild on its territory. Did she really think that a 1,000,000-strong army could make her an enemy of it? That was underestimating it too much. Ants are ants after all. In front of the strong, numbers have no meaning. Of course, it was Lord Sea God Poseidon who gave me the courage. Bo Saishi stepped on 9 spirit rings, 8 black and 1 red, and held high the staff of the high priestess of the sea god in her hand. 9th soul skill, summon sea god. A huge phantom of the sea god Poseidon appeared on the ocean. This time, the power contained in the descending sea god divine sense was far beyond that of the previous one. Its strength was already very close to that of a third-class divinity. This is not looking good. Seeing the sea god phantom summoned by Bo Saishi appearing on the ocean, Qian Xunji felt it would be difficult to deal with. He was not stupid enough to fight the sea god on the ocean. As for the sea god knowing the content of his Asura 7 trials, that was a very normal thing. In the original work, the relationship between the sea god and the Asura god was very good. Poseidon, by what right do you command me? The deep-sea demon whale king glared at Poseidon with his single eye. Just because he was an old enemy, he shouldn't think he could command him to do things just because he relied on his high strength. I, the deep-sea demon whale king, will never submit to the bullshit sea god Poseidon. Never, even if it means death. Just at this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king actively accelerated the descent of the heavenly tribulation. The sky was filled with rolling black clouds, lightning and thunder intertwined, thunder roared, and violent winds howled over the sea. The wind messed up Bo Saixi's long hair, and it also messed up her heart. Although she had never seen the heavenly tribulation of a spirit beast, it was recorded in the library of the Sea God Temple. How powerful was the body of a spirit beast, yet even such a powerful physical body could not withstand the thunder of the heavenly tribulation. As a wheelchair-bound artillery mage, her physical strength was at the bottom among all the 99th level limit douluo. If she were struck by lightning, wouldn't she be charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and her hair would stand on end? Poseidon's mouth twitched. He did not expect that the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation age had already reached 1,000,000 years, yet it would still so fiercely trigger the heavenly tribulation just to defy his command. He glanced at Bo Saishi, cursing in his heart, a stupid woman who can't accomplish anything but ruins everything. The demon whale sea area was gathered with 1,000,000 sea spirit beasts, but they were all his believers. These sea spirit beasts, whose strength was insufficient and did not even have 100,000 years of cultivation, had no choice but to die when facing the 1,000,000-year spirit beast heavenly tribulation. Chapter 36. Poseidon, my turn to stand tall as the tall one. God Realm, Asura God Temple. Asura, your successor really doesn't give me any face at all. My high priest is so beautiful, has such great temperament, such a good figure, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. He actually struck so ruthlessly, going for a life-taking sword strike right from the start. My high priest's thigh is injured and bleeding, and the whole family of the big whale was abducted by him. You have to give me some compensation. Sea God Poseidon complained incessantly. As an old player for whom anything goes, he couldn't understand Qian Xunji's behavior of hitting beauties so hard. And that deep-sea demon whale king, did he lose his mind? Or did he sleep until he was stupid? He sacrificed himself to Qian Xunji just because he failed his tribulation. Where is your pride as the overlord of ocean spirit beasts? Bring out that fearlessness you used to have, the spirit of biting anyone you didn't like. Why do anything else? Why go and sacrifice yourself to a continental spirit master? You really lost face for us marine creatures. Not only did you sacrifice yourself, but you also entrusted your wife and daughter to a continental male spirit master. Don't you know that some men on the continent play very wildly, especially liking mother-daughter dynamics and beast-girl traits? Of course, when it comes to playing wildly. Poseidon, I am the first god of the douluo plane since ancient times, no one and no creature can surpass me. The sea god's complaints were like flirting to the asura god, with zero lethality. Qian Xunji's clever capture of the deep-sea demon whale king, forcing it to sacrifice itself to him, had the style of his former self. Having obtained the spirit ring and spirit bone, the seventh asura trial was naturally passed. That phrase, courage as the anthem of humanity, was spoken so well, the asura god thought. Faced with an existence far stronger than himself, Qian Xunji dared to draw his sword and stand his ground without retreating a single step. This action reminded the asura god of that great war in the god realm, where he, too, held the asura god sword and faced the frenzied dragon god, whose strength far exceeded his own, without retreating a single step. He had originally thought that this successor, Qian Xunji, only knew how to sneak attack, play with remote sword control, and bombardments. He didn't expect that when facing a strong opponent, he would show a completely different side, as if he were a different person from his initial impression. If this kid could always maintain this appearance of daring to draw his sword against the strong and never retreating a step, that would be great, the asura god hoped in his heart. However, the asura god knew very well that his successor was not that kind of person. Asura, if you don't compensate me with something, I'm not leaving today, Poseidon insisted shamelessly. Goodness and evil have already agreed to my proposal to let you act as the temporary law enforcement god. The asura god's abrupt sentence scared Poseidon so much that his eyes turned red and he panted like an ox. He couldn't believe it, mechanically turning his head to look at the asura god, who had a raised mouth corner and a smile. He never expected that the asura god, this dog thing, would act so ungodly. His own successor was about to complete all the god positions and inherit his god position. He would soon be liberated, gain freedom, leave the god realm, and go roam the universe. Before leaving, he actually wanted to pit him, making him act as the law enforcement god. Damn it, the god realm's law enforcement god has so much work, no benefits to gain, and is easy to offend people. You, the asura god, a dignified god king, can suppress the people below, but I, the sea god, am only a first-level main god. You want me to be the law enforcement god, are you planning to let me be beaten by the 7 original sin gods and the 7 elemental gods as a group? The sea god Poseidon roared directly. Sea god, don't be so loud, don't be so excited. Work hard, goodness and evil both think highly of you, Asura said, looking at the sea god who was on the verge of collapse. The sea god only felt that the sky had fallen, and he, the tall one, had to go and hold it up. What did it mean that goodness and evil thought highly of him? These 2 old guys were also looking for successors, intending to pass on their god positions and run off to the lower realm to play and fall in love. These god kings, tired of working, just wanted to find someone to take over the work while they ran off to have fun. Especially this guy Asura. Why did he cast such a wide net and so actively look for a successor to pass on his god position? It was because the law enforcement god's job was too much work with no benefits. Of course, the benefits here refer to things that could move a god king level powerhouse. Working in a boring and tedious job for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Even the primitive gods of the god realm, the god king powerhouses, couldn't stand it. But the sea god Poseidon didn't want to take over at all. But now that things had come to this, he could only find a successor in the lower realm as soon as possible, pass on the god position, and run away immediately. And he hoped that this guy Qian Xunji would inherit the asura god position soon and ascend to the god realm early. Then he wouldn't have to be the law enforcement god. The asura god, who possessed the power of judgment, was the only candidate for the law enforcement god. Douluo Plain. After Qian Xunji accepted the sacrifice of the deep-sea demon whale king, he took its wife and daughter into the Wansho Terrace small dimension. The 2 female whales, both with cultivation exceeding 100,000 years, transformed into human forms. As soon as the demon empress entered the Wansho Terrace, she felt her body become much lighter. She no longer had that feeling of being suppressed, being watched, as if the heavenly tribulation lightning could strike down at any moment. Where is this? She asked. You can understand it as the prototype of a god's divine kingdom, a small dimension independent of the douluo plane that belongs solely to me, Qian Xunji answered the demon empress's question. Your strength is the strongest, so you will be the manager here from now on. The demon empress looked at the dense forest scenery in front of her, pointed to herself and asked, "Me?" She was indeed a fierce beast with a cultivation age of nearly 500,000 years. But she was a sea spirit beast, not a land spirit beast. In the forest, she couldn't even exert 70% of her strength. Let her, a sea spirit beast with limited strength, manage land spirit beasts. Under Qian Xunji's guidance, the demon empress and her daughter came to a huge lake in the center of the forest. Although it was fresh water, it was not unacceptable. After all, sea spirit beasts over 100,000 years old didn't have such delicate bodies. You will live here from now on. Qian Xunji took out a picture book. He instructed the demon empress and Lan Fozhi on what could be eaten and what could not. Soft bones rabbit, white-skinned pig, black-skinned pig, various chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, as well as carp, silver carp, grass carp, and krill in the lake could be eaten at will. The giant potatoes, corn, and other crops that Qian Xunji obtained from the system could also be eaten if they wanted to change their taste. The golden-haired lion mastiff, ice-fire demon tiger, golden crocodile, golden tortoise, silver shadow beast, image beast, man-faced demon spider, could not be eaten. What do you humans usually eat? Lan Fozhi asked curiously. Qian Xunji didn't say anything, just summoned a table of delicacies. 100,000 tons of food provided by the system. Lan Fozhi, who couldn't learn how to use chopsticks for a while, used a spoon and got the hang of it immediately. This food called sweet and sour fish is really delicious, sour and sweet. This steamed base is also good. The fermented fish is so delicious. The grilled fish and fried fish are fragrant. Boiled crispy fish meat, it's bouncy and chewy. Lan Fozhi was clearly eating human food for the first time, but she fell in love with it immediately after tasting it. She felt that what she had been eating in the sea before was nothing. Those sharks were smelly and sour, not delicious at all. Sorry, Fozhi is still young. Seeing that her daughter could eat so much and quickly emptied a table of food, the demon empress showed an apologetic expression to Qian Xunji. It's okay, being able to eat is a blessing. As he spoke, Qian Xunji took out kitchen utensils, seasonings, and a cookbook, and handed them to the demon empress. The whales could eat too much, and he couldn't keep feeding them with food from the system. Otherwise, after a long time, he wouldn't have anything to eat himself. He had to let this mother and daughter fend for themselves. He wasn't rich enough to raise two gluttons. The plan to give the demon empress the Zimu River water to give birth to a small deep-sea demon whale was temporarily shelved. Qian Xunji left the Wansho Terrace small dimension, stepped on the void, swept with his divine sense, and looked towards Sea God Island. After settling the demon empress and her daughter, it was time to go to Sea God Island to cause trouble. As for the 8th Asura God trial, supplementing the full-body spirit bone, it could be delayed for a while. Anyway, the God trial had a time limit of 1 year. Chapter 37. Courage is the hymn of humanity. Lord Sea God, your intervention in my God trial violates the rules of the God realm, doesn't it? Qian Xunji took a step forward, leaving the sea to stand in the void, staring straight at the illusory projection of the sea god. Unless the true body of the sea god, Poseidon, personally descended, what was there to fear? Even if he couldn't win, at worst he could just hide inside the Wansho Terrace small dimension. To dare to interfere with my Asura's 7 tests, this cannot be tolerated. I must retaliate. He made up his mind, no longer slacking off just because he felt indifferent. He is so brave, actually daring to face Lord Sea God directly. High Priestess Bo Saishi found it hard to believe as she watched Qian Xunji stand face to face with Lord Sea God Poseidon's divine sense, speaking to him as an equal. The opponent was merely a successor to a divinity, who had not yet passed all the god trials or inherited the god position, yet he dared to look Lord Sea God Poseidon in the eye. Even if the Lord Sea God Poseidon before them was just a wisp of divine sense, he was still a god-level powerhouse above rank 100. So handsome. Lan Fozhi's beautiful eyes rippled with emotion. Facing a god-level powerhouse with a mortal body, besides her father, there was actually another such man in this world. Although he was a human and even wanted her father to sacrifice himself to him. If her father could not survive the heavenly tribulation to successfully transform into a dragon and become a divine beast, sacrificing himself to this man was not entirely unacceptable. Descendant of the angel, you are very brave, Sea god Poseidon said coldly, his face darkening. He felt his majesty was being challenged. The qian xunji before him simply didn't know what was good for him. Wouldn't it be better to pass the Asura's 7 tests quickly and leave the ocean as soon as possible? Why did he insist on taking his big whale? His spirit rings were clearly full, and he didn't lack spirit bones either. Courage is the hymn of humanity. Qian Xunji stared straight into Poseidon's increasingly cold eyes, his tone firm, not taking a single step back. Those who aim to cultivate and become gods must possess the courage to face a divinity directly. Those with the heart to become a god must never bow to others, they must be indomitable and unwavering in their resolve. Poseidon's gaze grew sharp as he stared back at Qian Xunji. You also need to stay alive. If the sea god's true body were to descend, I would indeed lose my life. Facing the threat of the sea god's divine sense, Qian Xunji, who possessed the rank 12 fixed-type soul guide shell, eternal heaven, was not afraid at all. You are merely a wisp of divine sense, yet you dare to claim you will kill me. Holding the Asura demon's sword, he pointed it at the illusory projection of the sea god, his battle intent surging to the heavens. The sea god's divine sense before him was only at rank 108. A mere divine officer suppressed by the douluo plane, unable to display his full power. If he didn't even dare to fight this, he would be completely useless. He could choose not to fight, but he could not lack the courage to do so. Descendant of the angel, for the sake of you being the Asura successor, this god will not make things difficult for you. Go back to the continent, Poseidon sighed helplessly. He had absolutely no way to deal with Qian Xunji right now. This ultimate tryhard was incredibly firm of mind, he would definitely pass the 7 emotions trial of the 9th trial. His chances of inheriting the Asura god seat were practically guaranteed. If he didn't hit him, he would feel extremely stifled and frustrated. Striking him now was equivalent to offending a future god king. Killing him once and for all meant his true body would have to face the Asura blood sword. Furthermore, Poseidon's gaze locked onto the pure Asura origin within the Asura demon sword. This thing suppressed him. If the opponent also mobilized the Asura divine force in his body, combined with the divine skill, Asura judgment, extended from the Asura domain, that would be far too dangerous. A god must not bleed. After thinking it over, in order to save his big whale, Poseidon could only restrain Qian Xunji and force the deep-sea demon whale king to say, I admit defeat, thereby allowing Qian Xunji to successfully pass the Asura's 7 tests. As long as he didn't injure Qian Xunji, it wouldn't count as offending the future Asura god king. At worst, he could push the blame onto High Priestess Bo Saishi and let her throw herself at him, using her physical body as a tool to appease his anger. Sea God's 13 Tridents, first form. Seeing the sea god pointing the trident at him to unleash a divine skill, Qian Xunji decisively used teleportation to appear in front of High Priestess Bo Saishi. He swung his sword, unleashing a blood-red Getsuga Tensho filled with Asura battle chi. High Priestess Bo Saishi, who was holding the sea god High Priestess scepter for defense, had her scepter sliced in half despite being buffed by the sea god's divine force. The protective divine force of the sea god was torn through as easily as paper. How dare you, brat! Poseidon was furious. This damned descendant of the angel, Qian Xunji, indeed knew that as long as he killed the High Priestess, the illusory projection of the divinity summoned through the High Priestess's 9th soul skill would vanish from the mortal realm. Therefore, Poseidon could only temporarily abandon using Unfixed Storm to control Qian Xunji, choosing instead to save High Priestess Bo Saishi. Although his reaction was swift enough to save his High Priestess Bo Saishi was still severely injured as a result. A massive amount of blood gushed from her thigh, staining even her fair left leg crimson. At the wound, the Asura battle chi clung to her, corroding her flesh. Asura, successor, you really don't know how to treat a lady with tenderness, Poseidon said sarcastically. He had originally wanted to use High Priestess Bo Saishi as a peace offering afterward, but now it seemed this kid Qian Xunji stayed away from women, his mind solely set on becoming a god. This kind of person didn't understand worldly wisdom and was the most stubborn. Women will only slow down my speed of becoming a god, Qian Xunji said with a firm expression and a cold tone. If there is nothing else, please do not continue to interfere with my god trial, Lord Sea God. Sensing that countless of his believers had died under the heavenly tribulation, but also seeing that the deep-sea demon Whale King was heavily injured by the lightning containing the power of destruction, Poseidon looked at Qian Xunji with a slight curl of his lips. Asura successor, it seems the content of your god trial is about to change. A double loss is better than a single win. The Asura successor failed to hunt down the deep-sea demon Whale King, which meant he failed to pass the Asura's 7 tests. And the target of his god trial could be changed from the deep-sea demon Whale King to its wife. No, I won. To defeat a target, one does not necessarily have to do it personally. Killing with a borrowed knife is also a valid method. As soon as Qian Xunji finished speaking, High Priestess Bo Saishi asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Looking down from above, Qian Xunji merely swept his gaze over her and did not answer. He had no interest in communicating with foolish people. In Qian Xunji's eyes, sea god Poseidon was not stupid. The cultivation of the deep-sea demon Whale King suddenly reaching 1 million years, was that you're doing behind the scenes. Poseidon's gaze darkened. He was not stupid, he could hear the deeper meaning in Qian Xunji's words. Indeed, the content of the Asura's 7 tests was simply the few words, defeat the deep-sea demon Whale King. There was no specific requirement stating that Qian Xunji had to personally fight the deep-sea demon whale for 300 rounds to achieve victory. Lord Sea God, as you know, that is not important. Qian Xunji's indifferent, no-nonsense, and non-explanatory attitude, which could drive someone to death with anger, made Poseidon's teeth itch with rage. If only Qian Xunji were not the future Asura God King, he would definitely beat him to death today and feed him to the sea fish. Ha ha ha, Poseidon, seeing you suffer such a setback really brings me joy. Human, I will sacrifice myself to you. But in exchange, I want you to take good care of my wife and daughter. You must not allow any person, spirit beast, or divinity to harm them. No problem. I shall take care of your wife and daughter, protecting them for the rest of their lives, Qian Xunji swore to the heavens, making his promise. He already had the intention of taking the demon empress mother and daughter into the Wansho Terrace small dimension to raise them. Giving the deep-sea demon Whale King such a promise was absolutely not a problem. He took out a side effect-free spirit ring deprivation card and stripped away his own 3rd spirit ring. The spirit ability of his 3rd spirit ring, Angelic Sanctuary, was a mental attack spirit ability. Its effect was to suppress and briefly control enemies with lower mental force than his own, or to interfere with the thoughts of enemies with high mental force. This was far less useful than the mental interference domain. Replacing it and obtaining the spirit ring granted by the sacrifice of the million-year deep-sea demon Whale King was the perfect choice. The sacrifice of a million-year spirit beast was truly magnificent and majestic. Poseidon was filled with regret. If the deep-sea demon Whale King had died under the heavenly tribulation, its physical body could still have been salvaged. But since it had sacrificed itself to Qian Xunji, this future Asura god, there was absolutely no saving it. Unable to bear Qian Xunji's confident and high and mighty appearance, he slipped away. Before leaving, he waved his hand and sent High Priestess Bo Saishi back to Sea God Island. He was deeply afraid that his foolish High Priestess would have a sudden, bright idea, and end up getting herself killed. Qian Xunji was not someone who would show mercy just because she was beautiful or had a great figure and temperament. This guy was clearly a ruthless flower destroyer who didn't care about treating women with tenderness at all. Training a high priestess from scratch required several decades. Although Tang Chen was dead, his grandson named Tang Hao had decent talent. And that girl from Spirit Hall named Bibi Dong had twin spirits and was highly intelligent. She was also a good prospect. In order to pass down his god position earlier, leave the god realm, and travel the universe, Poseidon decided to follow the Asura god's example and cast a wide net. Chapter 38 Poseidon. Don't steal my trident. Sea God Island, peak of Sea God Mountain. This was where the Sea God Temple was located, and also the place where the Sea God's light was at its most dense and dazzling. Qian Xunji sat cross-legged here, the 8 spider lances unfurled behind his back, devouring the energy within the Sea God's light. How does it feel? He asked. Fleecing Poseidon feels absolutely amazing. The deep-sea demon Whale King's voice came from the 8 spider lances, carrying a cunning cheerfulness. It had never expected that after sacrificing itself, with its soul residing in the 8 spider lances and enhancing their devouring power, it would still encounter such a stroke of good fortune. scheming against Poseidon, fleecing Poseidon. Qian Xunji, this human, really knew how to have fun. But then again, what is your purpose in doing this? It asked curiously. You know about the existence of spirit fusion abilities in the human world, right? Qian Xunji said. On the douluo continent, the Star Luo Empire's Dai family's White Tiger spirit and the Zhu family's Hell Civet spirit confuse into the Hell White Tiger. In order to defeat Poseidon and become stronger, the deep-sea demon Whale King had also been to the douluo continent, seen some things, and learned the human way of fighting. The armor and giant hammer condensed from its humanoid form's spirit power were created from inspirations gathered while observing humans. Oh, you even know about that? Qian Xunji was somewhat surprised. He continued, the god realm has 5 great god kings. When their divine force fuses together, it can unleash even greater power. The divine skill formed by the fusion of the 5 great god kings' divine force is the sword of 3 realms judgment. Do you want to draw inspiration from the sea god's power to create something new? No, it's the power of the ocean, Qian Xunji corrected. The deep-sea demon Whale King grew interested. Although it was lazy and liked to stay at home, it also enjoyed creating new things. Thus, the man and beast discussed how to combine killing intent, battle intent, and the ocean while absorbing the energy of the sea god's light. Time passed. When High Priestess Bo Saishi, having finished her prayers in the sea god temple, stepped out of the temple for some fresh air, she saw that unforgettable figure, and her pupils instantly dilated in shock. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was panting heavily like a bull. Asura successor, Qian Xunji. Sea God Island does not welcome you. Hearing this, Qian Xunji felt displeased. Even the sea god Poseidon hadn't said anything, yet a mere sea god high priestess dared to order him to leave. Did she really think he was just someone who came to quietly and carefully fleece them? With a flash, he appeared in front of High Priestess Bo Saishi and threw a punch, striking her in the stomach. High Priestess Bo Saishi, who had been standing tall and straight, looking down her nose at everyone, was bent double by Qian Xunji's punch, stomach acid spewing from her mouth. After hitting High Priestess Bo Saishi, Qian Xunji quickly backed away and took out some alcohol to rub his hands. With a look of utter disgust, he rubbed his hands so fast they left afterimages. For Qian Xunji, physical skin contact with a stupid person caused a physiological sense of disgust. He was terrified of being infected by their stupidity, catching the stupid disease, and sinking to the same level as the foolish douluo natives. Seeing this scene, the deep-sea demon Whale King was incredibly shocked. Holy crap, what kind of move is this? That look of utter disgust and absolute resistance is truly peerless. This behavior was practically a silent humiliation of the sea god High Priestess Bo Saishi, and an indirect insult to the sea god Poseidon. An untouchable, not to be touched. Qian Xunji, how dare you humiliate me like this? Seeing Qian Xunji's disgusted expression, High Priestess Bo Saishi was so enraged that she ignored her physical pain, staring death glares at him with bloodshot eyes. She wished she could skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and chop him up to feed the fish. 9th Soul Skill. Seeing that High Priestess Bo Saishi intended to summon the sea god, Qian Xunji unleashed a soul shock directly, knocking her unconscious from a distance. What a joke. The distance between them was less than 10 meters, how could he possibly let her finish shouting the phrase, 9th Soul Skill, summon sea god? Shouting out the name of your skill in front of an enemy, what an incredibly foolish act. As a normal person, he simply couldn't understand why the foolish douluo natives insisted on doing this. With a mental force transmission, he summoned Sea Dragon Douluo to come and carry High Priestess Bo Saishi away. Keeping alive a foolish enemy who is powerful, high status, but brain dead is far more useful than killing them. Killing a foolish creature like High Priestess Bo Saishi and forcing Poseidon to replace her with a normal person as the sea god High Priestess would actually be helping the enemy. When Sea Dragon Douluo arrived and saw Qian Xunji, he felt the incredibly powerful energy radiating from him, energy that he couldn't possibly contend with. Like an incompetent simp, unable to avenge his beloved goddess, he could only glare in impotent rage. Dropping to one knee, he extended his arms and picked up High Priestess Bo Saishi in a bridal carry. Sea Dragon Douluo's breathing was heavy, white steam puffing from his nose and mouth as he thought to himself, so fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. Bo Saishi-sama has the salty scent of the ocean on her. What a simp. Seeing sea dragon douluo's cowardly, simping, and perverted behavior, the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't bear to watch and voiced its disdain. "Simps are so disgusting," Qian Xunji complained, his tone filled with utter revulsion. Both man and beast were thoroughly disgusted, which drove them to absorb the energy of the sea god's light even more vigorously. Inside the library of the sea god temple, having been disgusted, Qian Xunji came to demand compensation for mental distress. The sea god's 13 tridents, he might as well take a look. The so-called strongest control skill in the god realm, indefinite wind and waves, was, to put it bluntly, just a body-binding technique. It was only because he didn't know the Zen meditation seal that they could get away with it. The method of creating God-bestowed spirit rings. God-bestowed spirit ring equals sea god's divine force plus power of faith plus spirit beast spirit ring. Using the sea god's divine force to modify a spirit beast spirit ring, while the spirit master's absorption of the God-bestowed spirit ring to increase its age limit consumes the power of faith. So that was how it was. No wonder in the original work, only Sea God Island had God-bestowed spirit rings in wholesale quantities. It turned out the power of faith was the driving force behind it. On the douluo continent, even someone like Ning Fengji, the sect master of the upper three sects, didn't know about the existence of the angel god. It was easy to imagine that the angel god had very few believers, and the power of faith they could provide was pitifully small. The angelic Qian family didn't know how to run things, and Qian dalu was only good for dragging them down. Qian Xunji left the sea god temple and examined the characteristics of the 7 sacred pillars trials one by one. "So simple," he muttered. He then unfurled his 8 spider lances, stabbing them into the starfish sacred pillar to absorb its energy. As the amount of the power of faith he absorbed increased, the 8 spider lances also began to undergo changes. The quality of the 8 spider lances had also reached the semi-divine tool level. This discovery piqued Qian Xunji's interest. His physical strength was already a demigod body, only a hair's breadth away from a divine body. Even though he had received the deep-sea demon whale king's sacrifice and fused its million-year torso bone, he could only achieve partial divine transformation of his body parts. 100% divine body transformation seemed only a step away, but in reality, a miss is as good as a mile. The Asura god had told him during the 8th Asura trial that in order to host the Asura godhead, he must possess divine force, a divine body, and divine sense. Only by fusing these 3 and reaching rank 100 to become a god could he perfectly integrate the Asura godhead and inherit the Asura god seat. The power of faith could elevate the quality of the 8 spider lances. Once the 8 spider lances upgraded to a divine tool ahead of time, they could drag Qian Xunji's physical body along to reach the level of a divine body. With his powerful martial force, he did whatever he pleased on Sea God Island. The 7 sacred pillars, no, the 6 sacred pillar douluos, did not dare to show their anger openly, nor did they dare to speak out. After all, even if the 6 of them combined, they couldn't withstand a single soul shock. On Sea God Island, the buildings destroyed by Qian Xunji's convergence cannon years ago had not even finished being rebuilt yet. Returning to the Sea God Temple, he stood before the Sea God Trident. Qian Xunji put on his gloves, reached out his right hand, grabbed the middle of the trident's shaft, and with a single lift, pulled the sea god trident straight out. High Priestess Bo Saishi, who saw this scene upon waking up, immediately summoned the illusory projection of the sea god. The descended sea god's divine sense was not surprised at all to see Qian Xunji pull out the 108,000 Jin sea god trident with a single hand. He spoke. "Asura successor, this is my divine tool. You cannot take it away. Your Excellency Sea God, please rest assured. I am merely curious about divine tools. I wouldn't go so far as to act like a bandit and rob you of your divine tool. Furthermore, as for me holding a trident to show off and fight." Qian Xunji did not say it outright, but the disgusted look on his face and the resistance in his tone made the sea god's lips twitch. Instead, he now wished in his heart that Qian Xunji would act like a bandit and take the sea god trident away. That bastard Asura, seeing his successor looking down on my sea god trident, must be laughing at me behind my back. Poseidon was both angry and furious, feeling powerless and bitter. Ever since the Asura god gave Qian Xunji his god trials, he hadn't encountered a single good thing. He had suffered so many losses that he had grown numb. He was now like an incompetent sea god, forced to accept all of this. Damn it, you bastard. Asura successor, using the Asura demon sword to shave down my sea god trident is going too far. Poseidon roared in impotent rage. Your Excellency sea god, you are mistaken. I merely wanted to see if there are differences between divine tools. Curiosity is the beginning of human progress. Faced with a solemn Qian Xunji who spoke with such eloquence, Poseidon remained silent, merely taking back the sea god trident and escorting him off the island. He was afraid that if Qian Xunji continued to stay on Sea God Island, he would completely shear all the wool off this sheep of an island. Bo Saishi, go to the Douluo continent immediately to find a human spirit master named Tang Hao. Bring him back to Sea God Island and spare no effort in training him. Yes, Lord Sea God. I shall obey your divine decree. High Priestess Bo Saishi knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost respect. Chapter 39 Evil Emperor. Demanding my sacrifice upon first meeting. Bonus chapter for book friend 2,23,520,533,133,407. Sun Moon Continent, Evil Spirit Forest. The Evil Spirit Forest is located in the northwest of the Sun Moon Continent, stretching behind the Jingyang mountain range. It is the largest settlement of spirit beasts within the Sun Moon Continent. The entire forest is shrouded in thick black fog year-round, with sunlight barely able to penetrate it. It is recognized as a top-tier forbidden zone on the continent, with a danger level comparable to the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. The forest vegetation consists mainly of dark coniferous forests. The plants are pitch black or dark purple, lacking the vibrant green of ordinary forests. The air is continuously filled with dense, dark, and mentally corrosive evil energy. The spirit beasts inhabiting this place are primarily spirit type and dark mutated spirit beasts. The leader of the group is the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord, who has a cultivation age of nearly 800,000 years, the Evil Emperor. The entire forest is the territory of the Evil Emperor. A giant single eye floats in midair, over 300 meters in diameter. Its base is dark blood red, the whites of the eye shimmer with a dull silver gray, and the pupil is a bottomless, pitch black vertical slit. When it turns, distorted, dark red mental light mist swirls within it. Surrounding the edge of the giant eye are 81 fleshy tentacles, each over 500 meters long. They are the same color as the eyeball, and their surfaces are covered with dense, tiny evil eye patterns. They can swing, pierce, and perform binding at will, or spread out to form a mental barrier. Human powerhouse, why do you trespass into this emperor's territory? The evil emperor's giant eye watched Qian Xunji vigilantly, issuing a warning. The aura radiating from the human powerhouse before him was strong, so strong that even with the advantage of home turf, the evil emperor did not have a 100% certainty of victory. Such a powerhouse, nearing godhood, would not come to the evil spirit forest alone just to hunt spirit beasts and obtain a spirit ring. If not for a spirit ring, then it must be to hunt spirit beasts and obtain a spirit bone. Their Evil Eye clan is born with powerful mental force. After an Evil Eye tyrant of 100,000 years dies, it is guaranteed to drop a head spirit bone, and has an extremely low chance of dropping an Evil Eye tyrant external spirit bone. You are the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord, the patriarch of the Evil Eye clan. Sacrifice yourself to me, and offer up the Evil Eye Tyrant external spirit bone, otherwise. Qian Xunji rubbed a dazzling red ball between his hands. This was a fusion skill he created by utilizing his God Origin Realm mental force, combined with the Asura Domain and Soul Shock, plus Light and Judgment attributes. It is named Asura Law. Its effect is similar to the monster clearing effect of Fairy Law in Fairy Tale, but it only targets the soul, destroying the soul while leaving the flesh. The Asura Domain beneath his feet expanded, spreading to the entire core area of the Evil Spirit Forest, the habitat of the middle-tier Evil Eye clan. Any creature within the Asura Domain judged as an enemy by Qian Xunji would be subjected to the attack of the Asura Law. Human, you are threatening this emperor. The evil emperor was furious. The human before him demanded its sacrifice the moment he opened his mouth, demanding the Evil Eye Tyrant external spirit bone, and even used the lives of its entire clan to threaten it, forcing it to submit obediently. This is simply going too far in bullying the Evil Eye clan. Faced with Qian Xunji's show of force, those in the Evil Eye clan with a cultivation age exceeding 100,000 years floated into the air one after another, surrounding him. Human, we admit you are strong, but do not think that you can make our Evil Eye clan. Submit through force alone. We would rather be shattered as jade than kneel in submission, become slaves, and live in disgrace. You use our lives to threaten us, and we will explode with you. You want the external spirit bone that drops after our clan dies. Don't even think about it. The Evil Eye clan powerhouses, such fierce actions surprised Qian Xunji. He praised them inwardly. As expected of an alien species, they are truly different from the vast majority of stupid douluo natives. Outsiders who can gain a foothold, grow, and become strong locally. Indeed, there are no cowards among them. Every spirit-type spirit beast that wishes to continuously grow stronger must have a firm will and not fear powerful enemies. Qian Xunji clapped his hands, dispelling his self-created fusion skill, Asura Law. He did not want these evil eyes with cultivation ages exceeding 100,000 years to all explode with him. His goal in coming to the Sun-Moon continent was the Evil Eye Tyrant external spirit bone of the Evil Spirit Forest, not to wipe out their entire clan. Qian Xunji clapped his hands. This seat appreciates your clan very much. He took out the level 12 fixed spirit guidance artillery shell, Eternal Kingdom, held it in his hand, and locked his fiery gaze onto the Evil Emperor. As long as you, Evil Emperor, sacrifice to me, and offer up the external spirit bone that I want, I guarantee I will not touch a single blade of grass in the Evil Spirit Forest. The Evil Emperor was so angry that its giant body trembled. The human before him was simply not human. To actually hold a fixed spirit guidance artillery shell to threaten it. It instinctively felt that this thing was even more dangerous than the self-created spirit ability the other party had used earlier. The Evil Emperor possessed time, space, and spirit attributes. It actually saw a vision of the giant fireball born from the explosion of this fixed spirit guidance artillery shell, creating a shockwave that destroyed the entire Evil Spirit Forest. The Evil Emperor stared fixedly at the Eternal Kingdom, shocked in its heart. Compared to this thing, the fixed spirit guidance artillery shells made by those spirit tool masters are simply firecrackers. It was not just the Evil Emperor. When Qian Xunji held the Eternal Kingdom in his hand, the powerhouses of the Evil Eye clan felt a danger even more fatal than when Qian Xunji had unleashed the Asura Law earlier. The Asura Law only targeted the soul, but the Eternal Kingdom made them feel that both their flesh and soul were being targeted. Human, you want an Evil Eye Tyrant external spirit bone. I will sacrifice myself to you. An Evil Eye Tyrant with a cultivation age of nearly 200,000 years, knowing it could not survive the 200,000-year tribulation, volunteered. Lord Evil Emperor was the strongest of their Evil Eye clan. The Evil Eye clan could not lose Lord Evil Emperor. As a North-generation descendant of Lord Evil Emperor, it had grown up under the protection of Lord Evil Emperor since birth. Now that Lord Evil Emperor was in trouble, it was time to repay Lord Evil Emperor's kindness. Too weak, and it doesn't even have time or space attributes. I don't want it. Qian Xunji just glanced at it and said coldly, his tone full of disdain. He could accept settling for second best, accepting the sacrifice of a beast-level Evil Eye Tyrant to obtain an external spirit bone. But it must possess time and space attributes. Otherwise, he didn't want it. Human, you are not allowed to insult my people. Your target is this emperor. If you have any business, come at me. The Evil Emperor could not bear to see its descendants being humiliated. Sacrifice to me, and offer up the external spirit bone. I do not want to repeat myself again. Qian Xunji pulled out the Asura Demon Sword, holding the sword in one hand and the Eternal Kingdom in the other, issuing an ultimatum. If the Evil Emperor had transformed into human form, the corners of its mouth would have been twitching with anger by now. What kind of background did this human before him have to be able to continuously pull out god-slaying level fixed spirit guidance artillery shells and divine artifacts? This emperor has this emperor's pride. If you want this emperor to sacrifice to you, you cannot rely on external objects, spirit tools, divine artifacts, divine force. You must rely on your own strength to defeat this emperor. If you cannot do that, then you are not qualified to have this emperor sacrifice. To seek a glimmer of hope for survival, the Evil Emperor proactively took a step back, advancing by retreating, and proposed its own conditions. As long as Qian Xunji did not rely on external force, the Evil Emperor did not believe it would lose to the other party. Evil Emperor, my light of time and space has never been ineffective. You are going to agree to the other party. The deep-sea demon whale king sensed Qian Xunji's inclination and asked aloud. As the strongest spirit beast in the ocean, although it had lost its physical body, it could sense that the spirit attribute spirit beast before them was not simple. It did not want Qian Xunji to take risks with an existence that could make it feel danger. After all, the two were now a community of interests, and it did not want anything to happen to Qian Xunji. Furthermore, its wife and daughter were now living in the Wanshou Terra's small dimension. They were safe, did not need to worry about heavenly tribulations, and spent every day happily thinking about what delicious food to eat. As a husband and father, it did not want its wife and daughter to lose their current safe and happy life. Mr. Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, you still do not understand me. As for me, I never do things without certainty. Once I sense any danger to my life, I am definitely among the first to run. Aquarius never enters a dead end. If you have certainty, then I am relieved. Seeing Qian Xunji's look of having victory in his grasp, the deep-sea demon whale king also set its mind at ease. This guy dared to hold a sword and face the sea god's divine consciousness directly without taking a single step back. He even dared to go to Sea God Island to fleece the sea god, slimming down the divine artifact trident right in front of the sea god's divine consciousness. He had an air of, I am the greatest in heaven and earth, acting recklessly and audaciously. But when Qian Xunji said, once I sense any danger to my life, I am definitely among the first to run, the deep-sea demon whale king's view of him changed. This person was definitely no reckless brute. Chapter 40. Evil Emperor. If it's sacrifice, then so be it. Patriarch of the Evil Eye clan, I accept your proposal. But you must remember your promise. If you lose, you will obediently sacrifice yourself to me and offer up the Evil Eye tyrant external spirit bone. With those words, Qian Xunji possessed his spirit and donned the emperor armor. Tiny golden flames flickered on the armor from time to time. In the past, when his strength was insufficient, wearing the emperor armor to conceal his face and maintain mystery brought many benefits. Now that he was a quasi-god powerhouse and only 2 god trials away from inheriting the Asura god seat, there was no longer any need to be so cautious. You choose the battlefield, Qian Xunji said, raising his hand. No matter where the battlefield was, it wouldn't be a problem. Only the weak would suffer a decline in combat power due to the battlefield environment. The strong would alter the battlefield into an environment advantageous to themselves. Seeing Qian Xunji don the emperor armor, the evil emperor knew this was his opponent's spirit. It was the first time it had ever seen a full-body armor spirit. Feeling the ultimate holy light and fire attributes from the armor, it felt a slight urge to take back its boastful words. This spirit is definitely not simple. It's my first time seeing a spirit of such high quality. It doesn't even seem like a thing of the mortal world, the evil emperor thought to itself. It had lived for a very long time and had seen all kinds of spirits from human spirit masters of the Sun-Moon continent. Even the purple radiant heaven devastating dragon spirit, which mutated from the sun spirit, was inferior in quality to the armor spirit before it. You are not a spirit master from the Sun-Moon continent. The evil emperor stared directly at Qian Xunji, demanding an answer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Xunji. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be the next Asura god. Qian Xunji did not say that he came from the Douluo continent's spirit hall. He was someone who had hurriedly left Spirit City on his very first day after transmigrating. Claiming to be a member of the spirit hall would be no different from lying through his teeth. Asura god. The evil emperor's heart sank. It didn't know what kind of god the Asura god was, having never heard of him. But it knew that a successor to a divinity would be able to inherit the god position and ascend to the god realm in the future. No wonder this man could wield a divine tool and act so arrogantly. If it could become a god, it would definitely be even more arrogant than Qian Xunji. The battlefield will be right here. We will decide the winner in a single move, the evil emperor proposed. Even if the opponent was the successor of a divinity, with the qualification to inherit a god position and ascend to the god realm. The evil emperor was still unwilling to sacrifice itself to a human. Even if, after the sacrifice, its soul could reside within the spirit ring and spirit bone. Before the battle began, the evil emperor issued instructions for its descendants to stay far away from the core area, with the strong protecting the weak as they headed to the outer regions. Is this title of Evil Eye Tyrant Lord fake? The deep-sea demon whale king complained. Gentleness is reserved for one's own clan, while tyrant lord is a title given by enemies. But then again, being vilified by enemies just proves that his actions broke their defenses. Qian Xunji's words reminded the deep-sea demon whale king of the sea god Poseidon and the sea spirit masters on Sea God Island. Even though he spent the vast majority of his time in the demon whale sea, they repeatedly claimed he was an evil spirit beast that endangered the ocean. Above the evil spirit forest, a man and a giant beast stood in a tense standoff, swords drawn. A strong wind blew clouds over, obscuring half of the evil eye tyrant lord's body. Its massive eye flickered with a dangerous light. The endless mental domain unfolded. Seeing this, Qian Xunji also unfolded his own mental domain. The two great mental domains collided, and the resulting energy fluctuations dispersed the clouds surrounding the evil emperor. The evil emperor watched as its endless mental domain was pushed back by Qian Xunji's mental domain after only a few moments of struggle. Why does it feel like his mental force is even stronger than his spirit power level? The evil emperor instinctively sensed something was wrong, its mind wandering slightly. Qian Xunji's spirit power level was rank 99, and he was a quasi-god powerhouse who had already crossed the threshold of understanding laws and was only a step away from godhood. If his mental force was even stronger than his spirit power level, wouldn't that mean he possessed divine mental force? It wasn't that the evil emperor was conceited, but in terms of mental force strength and application, as long as the opponent wasn't god level and their spiritual sense had not transformed into divine sense. As long as they were still at the peak of the spirit domain realm, it was invincible in this realm. Self-created ultimate skill, light of time and space. The evil emperor unleashed its strongest killer move. In the original douluo novel, even if the beast god Dtn came and took this hit from the evil emperor, he would have to nurse his wounds for 1,000 years. But Qian Xunji merely used, one sword separates the world. With one sword breaking all laws, like an infrared laser-guided strike, he severed the evil emperor's light of time and space. How is this possible? The scene before it made the evil emperor cry out in disbelief. Everything happening before its eyes made it hard to believe such a result. What made it even more unbelievable was that after one sword separates the world severed its self-created ultimate skill, light of time and space, its power remained undiminished, leaving a bottomless chasm in the evil spirit forest. Along the chasm, countless trees were severed, a large number of spirit beasts suffered casualties, and the lights of countless white, yellow, purple, and black spirit rings made the originally thick dark mist seem less eerie and terrifying. We lost. Lord Evil Emperor has lost. The powerhouses of the Evil Eye clan who could speak wailed in grief. Now that Lord Evil Emperor had lost, he would have to sacrifice himself to that arrogant human. No, snow fluttered, and the north wind howled. They could not accept this result. But the Evil Eye clan had always valued promises, they kept their word. Human, this emperor will sacrifice himself to you, but you must keep your promise not to harm a single blade of grass or tree in the evil spirit forest. The casualties caused by the battle earlier were directly ignored by the evil emperor. After all, before the battle, although Qian Xunji had threatened it with force, he had not behaved like other humans who came to the evil spirit forest, knowing nothing but destruction and slaughter. I keep my word. Qian Xunji's tone suddenly shifted. Your Evil Eye clan's talent is quite good and has great potential. I want to raise a few. We will never be slaves. The powerhouses of the Evil Eye clan rejected in unison. What a pity. A flash of regret and a hint of pity flickered in Qian Xunji's eyes. The evil spirit forest of the douluo II era would disappear by the douluo III era. During the douluo III era, there probably wouldn't even be a few living, flesh and blood evil eyes left. For Qian Xunji, it would be a great pity if an outstanding clan like the Evil Eye clan went extinct. An animal of value deserved to be treated as a protected species and bred. And he didn't mind being that breeder. Not wanting to cause more trouble, the evil emperor selected 10 male and 10 female Evil Eye cubs and handed them over to Qian Xunji. It knew that with the opponent's strength, if he truly wanted to raise them, he would find a way regardless. It was better to give them now, lest he or his representatives make another trip to the evil spirit forest. At that time, there might be massive casualties among the Evil Eye clan. The Qian Xunji before it was at least willing to talk, whereas most humans were foolish and completely impossible to reason with. Once Qian Xunji placed the 20 evil eye cubs into the Wansho Terrace small dimension, the evil emperor began its sacrifice. As the evil emperor began the sacrifice, all the beasts wailed in sorrow at the sight. Qian Xunji took out a side effect free spirit ring stripping card and stripped his 5th spirit ring. He couldn't let the high-quality spirit ring produced by the evil emperor's sacrifice go to waste. His original 5th spirit ring was the 10,000-year weapon-type spirit ability, Holy Sword, which was of no use to him. His current spirit was not the Seraphim, but the Emperor armor, which came with its own weapon. As Qian Xunji absorbed and refined the evil eye tyrant external spirit bone and departed, the evil spirit forest returned to tranquility. And his next target was the Thunder Hell Vine, a spirit beast possessing the Thunder God bloodline and destruction attribute. Chapter 41. The Inaccessible Dragon Valley. Open black lens bracket name, Qian Xunji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket identity, Transmigrator from Blue Star close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spirit, Emperor armor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation. Level 99 quasi-god close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mental force. God origin realm, 3rd tier god level close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket body. Indestructible diamond body, infinitely close to a divine body close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket system space special items. Side effect free spirit ring deprivation card times 6, bloodline deprivation card times 1, magic card monster reborn times 1, a lake of mother child river water, senzu bean times 5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, Chara tilde remember to check in, dear. Close black lens bracket. It's already the day for the monthly check-in. Time flies so fast. Qian Xunji sighed. Accepting the sacrifice of the evil emperor allowed his mental force to successfully break through to the 3rd tier god level, and he also obtained the evil eye tyrant external spirit bone, the prototype of the super divine artifact, the eternal eye. After accepting the sacrifice of the deep sea demon whale king, his body became infinitely close to a divine body, and he also gained the lightning attribute. With his current strength, going to participate in the Asura successor's 4 trials to fight Tang Chen, he had a 98% chance of clearing it without injury. Forget it, don't think about these things, check in first. Open black lens bracket monthly check-in reward, 1 step in place 100,000 year spirit beast cultivation card times 1. Effect, whether it is a 10-year spirit beast or a 100-year spirit beast, as long as this is used on it, its cultivation can be increased to 100,000 years in 1 step. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket note. Depending on the age of the spirit beast, the time required to increase to 100,000 year cultivation varies, increasing 10,000 years of cultivation takes about 1 minute. Close black lens bracket. Forced infusion of spirit power to increase cultivation takes some time, which is reasonable. System mom is so thoughtful. Knowing I was going to look for the Thunder Hell Vine, she specially sent a 1 step in place 100,000 year spirit beast cultivation card. In the douluo setting, the highest cultivation of a wild Thunder Hell Vine is 40,000-50,000 years. On the douluo plane, the plane's consciousness does not allow the birth of a 100,000 year Thunder Hell Vine. A 10,000 year cultivation Thunder Hell Vine cannot satisfy Qian Xunji's appetite. A 100,000 year Thunder Hell Vine is barely acceptable. Only a Thunder Hell Vine at the Fierce Beast level can satisfy Qian Xunji's need to use the lightning tribulation to temper his body and break through to a divine body. Dragon Valley Continent, in the later period of Legend of the Dragon King, is called the Star Luo Continent. In the original douluo continent, the only Thunder Hell Vine that appeared was on this continent. Qian Xunji walked through the air, sweeping with his divine sense to search for his target. He was not interested in the aborigines below who were still in the barbaric tribal civilization period. Even if there were little cuties like Clay playing in the river, it couldn't make him stop for a second. 3 days later, Qian Xunji used his divine sense and mental force to explore, scouring the Dragon Valley continent, but he didn't even find a 10,000-year-old Thunder Hell Vine. Strange, why isn't there any? The only Thunder Hell Vine found only had 100 years of cultivation. There is only one dark demonic evil god tiger with the evil god bloodline. There is only one Thunder Hell Vine with the Thunder God bloodline. Thinking about it this way, it is quite reasonable. In a valley, Just as Qian Xunji was eating barbecue and drinking iced coconut juice, the space fluctuated. A portal appeared out of thin air. A pure dragon aura surged out from the gate. There must be good things inside. The deep-sea demon whale king was extremely excited. Open black lens bracket Dragon Valley entrance. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket friendly reminder. Your cultivation is too high, you are forbidden from entering. Close black lens bracket. It's really sad not being able to enter the Dragon Valley small plane. Knowing there is a great opportunity inside but being unable to enter. Watching helplessly as he misses out on the opportunity. However, if he were really to enter the Dragon Valley small plane now. Qian Xunji. As an Asura successor, I still have self-awareness, I won't go in and seek death. While deploying his 8 spider lances to absorb the surging dragon aura, he marked it on the system map. To be frank, I want the Dragon God Core. The Golden Dragon King is trapped in the forbidden area of the God Realm, and the Silver Dragon King is sleeping at the bottom of the Lake of Life. Without the bloodlines of both the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings, don't even think about obtaining the Dragon God Core. This dragon aura is not simple. The deep-sea demon whale king looked at the closing entrance, a flash of regret in its eyes. The real opportunity inside is not some low-grade stuff like dragon aura. Qian Xunji didn't say much, he couldn't speak about the Dragon God Core. As the Dragon Valley entrance closed completely, Qian Xunji also left the valley. On the way, he had the idea of establishing a force, cultivating some pure-hearted young spirit masters, and having them enter the Dragon Valley small plane to fleece the dragon race. After all, if I don't fleece it, and you don't fleece it, and in the end it all goes to the Tang clan, that would be unpleasant. Qian Xunji arrived at a canyon rich in lightning elements. This was the habitat of the 100-year-old thunder hell vine he had discovered using his divine sense. At this moment, this thunder hell vine was attracting lightning to cultivate. The sky was covered in dark clouds, constantly raining down lightning. The lightning strikes fell without any pattern. Suddenly, a thin white-blue lightning bolt fell, striking Qian Xunji directly. His clothes were damaged, but his body was unscathed. Can this level of natural lightning not even make my hair curl? He sighed, somewhat disappointed. With senzu beans, as long as he doesn't die, even if he is crippled by electricity, he can recover his health and return to his peak. Without some confidence, who would dare to use lightning tribulation to temper their body? He wasn't a member of the clan. His divine sense sensed a weak flying spirit beast approaching at high speed. 1 second later, he felt a tap on his right temple. Qian Xunji felt incredible. He turned his head to look and saw a sharp-beaked bird spirit beast with emerald green feathers all over its body, which had attacked him. Open black lens bracket race. Emerald demon bird close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation. 8600 plus close black lens bracket. An emerald demon bird attacking his temple, it wanted to kill him and eat his brain. He directly used his 8 spider lances to teach this courageous silly bird a lesson that would kill it instantly. Qian Xunji, a dignified quasi-god, was actually attacked by a spirit beast with less than 10,000 years of cultivation. Who would believe this if I said it out loud? The emerald demon bird is indeed a famous death-seeking bird. During the peak period of the ancient dragon race, they killed dragons and ate dragon brains, but they were almost exterminated by the dragon race, and from then on, they changed from gregarious spirit beasts to the loners they are now. It doesn't taste good, and there is little energy. The deep-sea demon whale king had been eating good things recently and was used to it. Suddenly eating a 1,000-year spirit beast, it was actually a bit unaccustomed. Mr. Demon Whale King, can you taste the food? Qian Xunji was very curious. The deep-sea demon whale king had become the spirit of the 8 spider lances, relying on its devouring ability to devour spirit beasts. Could it still taste things? Why not? I am an expert at devouring. The deep-sea demon whale king said proudly. On the douluo plane, in the field of devouring, it dared to claim second place. Who would dare claim first? Even the dark demonic evil god tiger wouldn't be able to. Then try and see what this tastes like. Qian Xunji took out a Sprite. Isn't this just a cup of clear water? It's sweet, the taste is not bad. The deep-sea demon whale king, who originally didn't care, used the 8 spider lances to devour it and immediately changed its tune to praise it. Thus, a homebody whale successfully found its organization. Chapter 42. Don't want by G. Better play it safe and set up a Faraday cage for lightning protection. As long as it wasn't the million-year God Ascension tribulation, Qian Xunji wasn't afraid of the lightning strikes from ordinary 100,000-year or fierce beast tribulations. His gaze fell upon that tiny thunder hell vine, which wasn't even as tall as clay. It was so small and weak, if it took a bull-sized lightning strike, wouldn't it be split in two? There was only one step to 100,000-year spirit beast cultivation card, and only one thunder hell vine. There was only one chance. First, set up a few lightning rods and grounding wires as a precaution. Half a day later, construction was complete. Qian Xunji immediately took out the card and aimed it at the thunder hell vine. One step to 100,000-year spirit beast cultivation card, activate. Following this, the aura emanating from the thunder hell vine began to soar wildly. System appraisal. Open black lens bracket species. Thunder hell vine close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation. 300 years, 466 years, 633 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, close black lens bracket. As the thunder hell vine's age reached 10,000 years, the sky, already covered in dark clouds, suddenly emitted a deafening explosion. Faster than the sound, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb slammed down directly. The lightning struck Qian Xunji, making crackling sounds. It still failed to break his defense. The 8 spider lances unfurled behind his back, devouring the continuously descending power of the thunder. In order to enjoy the taste of Sprite again, the deep-sea demon whale king was full of drive, going all out. What kind of spirit beast is this? Why does it feel like the lightning descending here is not much different from the heavenly tribulation that spirit beasts must undergo every 100,000 years? For some reason, the deep-sea demon whale king felt a bit uneasy. As a spirit beast, it should naturally fear and avoid heavenly tribulation lightning strikes. Yet, this bamboo in front of him was very abnormal. It was actually actively manipulating the lightning to strike itself. This behavior was too crazy. This is the bloodline successor left behind by the fallen thunder god. Similar to the dragon clan bloodline possessed by the sky azure bull python, the titan bloodline possessed by the titan giant ape, or the titan and ice god bloodlines possessed by the titan snow demon, its abilities, when analyzed by nature, are more like the sea god spirit possessed by high priestess Bo Saishi. Upon hearing Qian Xunji's explanation, the deep-sea demon whale king was greatly shocked. The ability of this purple-black bamboo before him was actually similar to the sea god spirit. The sea god spirit changes weather and controls the ocean. The thunder hell vine changes weather and controls lightning. As the thunder hell vine's cultivation age exceeded 50,000 years, Qian Xunji's divine sense sensed something spying on him. As the thunder hell vine's cultivation reached 90,000 years, bull-sized lightning bolts fell and struck his body, finally beginning to have an effect on Qian Xunji. His hair stood on end as he drew the power of the lightning into his body. Purging the surface, cleansing the flesh of impurities, clearing the meridians and dredging the stagnant sludge, burning clean the internal organs, eradicating internal toxins, refining the bone marrow, removing bone grime, purifying the soul in the purple mansion, clearing away mental filth. After drawing the lightning into his body and washing his marrow, his physical body showed obvious changes. Compared to before, the flow of spirit power within his body became completely unobstructed. As the impurities in the meridians were cleared, the meridians became thicker and stronger, and he could clearly feel that the output power of his spirit power had increased by at least 30%. This point was very important. A spirit master's battle, to put it simply, is, whoever has more spirit power, recovers faster, and has a higher output power, has a greater chance of winning. Damn, that hurts. When the thunder hell vine's cultivation reached 100,000 years, bull-sized purple gold lightning descended from the sky and struck him, causing Qian Xunji to feel real pain. It was almost on par with the pain he felt when Tang Chen used the great Sumeru hammer ring explosion and clashed with him, causing injury. However, by gritting his teeth, he was still able to refrain from crying out. Just as Qian Xunji continued to endure the lightning strikes, refining his indestructible diamond body into what was known as the seamless golden body, also known as the divine body, an accident occurred. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The void cracked open, and a large eyeball appeared. Asura's successor, your purpose for body refining has been achieved, please leave this place. 100,000-year thunder hellvine is not allowed to exist in this world. This is the decision of the various lords of the God Realm Committee. Open black lens bracket unlucky douluo plane consciousness close black lens bracket. The system appraisal was quite mischievous. In this world, Tang San had not yet been born, nor had he inherited the dual god positions of Asura god and Sea god, let alone treated the douluo plane as the Tang clan's backyard. Yin had not yet occupied the position of the life core, and Tang Hao had not yet become the master of the douluo plane. The current douluo plane consciousness was not yet that unlucky, miserable guy. Qian Xunji decisively attacked, using a zero-frame startup Getsuga Tensho, cutting the root and trunk apart like harvesting leeks. The light of the bright red 100,000-year spirit ring illuminated the world. Qian Xunji reached out to touch it, guiding it with his spirit power, and instantly absorbed the spirit ring dropped by the thunder hell vine, making it his first spirit ring. With his cultivation configuration, absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring did not require sitting in meditation for a long time. With God Origin Realm, a third-level god's mental force, he just grabbed it and installed it, easily getting it done. He kept the dropped leg spirit bone. As for the trunk of the thunder hell vine, he naturally let the deep-sea demon Whale King, who had been reduced to the artifact spirit of the 8 spider lances, devour it completely. 100,000-year thunder hell vine had completely awakened the thunder god bloodline. Such an existence could not be wasted at all. Your Excellency plane consciousness, I did the work for you, won't you give me some compensation? Qian Xunji looked up at the big eyeball and asked for payment. The douluo plane consciousness wanted to erase the 100,000-year thunder hell vine, and since he had done the job, the douluo plane consciousness should definitely give him some compensation. As for how this job came about, don't ask. If you ask, it's that I did the job. Quote. The douluo plane consciousness was speechless. It had seen all kinds of humans, but this was the first time it had encountered one like Qian Xunji. He created the problem himself, solved it himself, and then turned around and asked it for compensation. Asura successor, stop fooling around. This matter was caused by you in the first place, so it is only right that you solved it. Your Excellency plane consciousness, that is where you are wrong. If I didn't do it, you would have had to. Since I did your job, isn't it only right that you give me compensation? Qian Xunji smiled confidently, then changed his tone, more friends mean more paths. Invest in me while I haven't inherited the Asura god seat yet. Once I inherit the god position and ascend to the god realm, you will also be a plane consciousness with someone on the inside. In the future, if anyone bullies you, come find me. I will remember your kindness and help you out. This is called reciprocity. The douluo plane consciousness listened to Qian Xunji's words and felt it made a lot of sense. But while it made sense, it didn't actually have any good things on hand. It understood that early investment yields great returns. What do you want? I want a spirit beast with a cultivation age of over 100,000 years and an ultimate life attribute. By the way, not that emerald swan in the lake of life of the Stardow Great Forest. Qian Xunji was truly afraid that if he absorbed the spirit ring and spirit bone of a brain-damaged, saintly female spirit beast into his body, he would be infected by the saint virus and end up doing a bunch of stupid, foolish things. He instinctively despised all idiots with overflowing saintly hearts and didn't want to have anything to do with them. Chapter 43. Tang Hao, my opportunity has arrived. Asura successor, you certainly have a lot of demands. The douluo plane consciousness snatched a beast-level tree of life from another continent through space. The towering giant tree, nearly 300 meters tall in its original form, unexpectedly took the appearance of an old man leaning on a cane after transforming into human form. Tree of Life, this is the Asura successor, and barring any accidents, he will be the next Asura god. Offering yourself as a sacrifice to him is a great opportunity for you. The Tree of Life did not know what kind of god the Asura god was, but it could not resist the douluo plane consciousness. The aura of the human powerhouse before it was also terrifyingly strong, and his gaze was still sizing it up from head to toe. If it could, it really did not want to sacrifice itself. Open black lens bracket race. Tree of Life close black lens bracket open black lens bracket cultivation. over 200,000 years close black lens bracket open black lens bracket possesses ultimate life attribute and ultimate wood attribute close black lens bracket. Not bad. Qian Xunji's simple, not bad, made the douluo plane consciousness want to curse out loud. You're actually being picky. Plant-type spirit beasts with cultivation reaching 200,000 years were already rare, let alone one with the ultimate life attribute. Human, do not bully a tree too much. This old one is a dignified 200,000-year beast. Is 200,000 years of cultivation very high? The voice of the deep-sea demon whale king emanated from the 8 spider lances. The douluo plane consciousness glanced at the deep-sea demon whale king, who had sacrificed himself to Qian Xunji and become the artifact spirit of the 8 spider lances. A million-year spirit beast certainly had the qualifications to say that. It then looked at the evil emperor, whose soul was entrusted to the evil-eye tyrant external spirit bone. A spirit beast with an age approaching 800,000 years, possessing a pure mental attribute. And there was also the million-year Tianmang iceworm spirit ring. 2 million-year spirit rings, 1 790,000-year spirit ring, and 1 100,000-year spirit ring. This spirit ring configuration was truly luxurious. The lord of the douluo plane anticipated that Qian Xunji would continue to replace his spirit rings. It just didn't know which spirit beasts would be lucky enough to be chosen and be able to follow him to the god realm. After the Tree of Life finished its sacrifice, it became Qian Xunji's 6th spirit ring and contributed its right leg bone. The douluo plane consciousness also planned to leave at this point. Wait, are you interested in a trade? Seeing that the douluo plane consciousness was about to leave, Qian Xunji quickly called out to stop it. Although this entity had failed its investments twice in a row and eventually even had its home taken away by others, it at least dared to resist the Tang God King. It was rumored that Pluto Harosa of the Holy Spirit cult in douluo 3 was this entity's masterpiece. There is a saying that goes well, make your enemies few and your friends many. Do not want fools, and do not want those without courage. Tang San's enemies and those suffering under Tang San's oppression were all potential allies. Even if Tang San had not been born yet, that did not stop Qian Xunji from acting in advance to cause him trouble. Fools like Qian Dalu, Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui could not be counted on. Qian Xunji found it incredible that the spirit beast group in the Stardo Great Forest, led by DTN, didn't just give themselves up for free. He thought they had changed their nature. As for the far north, even if they gave themselves away for free, it would be into Dai Yuhao's embrace, and that was still 10,000 years away. He gave the complete mysterious heaven treasure record and the knowledge of the Bixi sword technique to the entity for free. Qian Xunji believed that the douluo plane consciousness would eventually find a use for them one day. As for who it would be used against, he didn't care, nor was he concerned. It was just a whim, a spur-of-the-moment decision, and a casual move. If it was useful, that would be best. If it was useless, it didn't matter. Douluo Continent, Clear Sky Sect. The reception hall of the sect's main hall was filled with members of the Tang clan. The visit of Bo Saishi, dressed in red, made the Tang clan members feel as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Their excitement made them pant like oxen. It had been over 3 years, a full 3 years. Ever since Tang Chen fell and Tang Zhen took over as sect master of the Clear Sky Sect, they had been besieged by other sects until now. Finally there was a force willing to help them in their lonely fight. Although they didn't know where Sea God Island was, nor did they know what the Sea God Poseidon was, Bo Saixi's genuine aura of a level 99 limit douluo was not inferior to that of the late former sect master Tang Chen. Return to Sea God Island with me. Bo Saishi held her head high, and her eyes looking at Tang Hao held not a trace of warmth. She did not know, nor did she understand, why Lord Sea God Poseidon would take a fancy to this young man named Tang Hao, who had a rugged appearance. Although Qian Xunji, that Asura successor, would either slash or beat her whenever they met, she had to admit that he was indeed handsome. The Tang Hao before her was nearly 20 years old, his spirit power level was only that of a spirit king, and his talent was only slightly better than those of the sacred pillar douluos. In terms of talent, Tang Hao was not as good as her. Bo Saishi felt jealous in her heart, jealous that Tang Hao could be favored by Lord Sea God Poseidon and have the opportunity to receive a god-level assessment. Bo Saishi, if you want me to sacrifice myself to this ugly guy Tang Hao, there is no way. Your Excellency Sea God Douluo, can I bring my brother along to Sea God Island? Tang Hao pulled his brother Tang Xiao in front of Bo Saishi and asked. Bo Saixi's gaze swept up and down over Tang Xiao, and her eyes lit up. This person had good talent and impressive strength. Perhaps he could obtain a red-level god assessment and become the next high priest of the sea god. The brother sacrificing himself to let the younger brother become a god, this was the result Bo Saishi wanted. Granted, Bo Saishi was sparing with her words. That's great, brother Hao, we can cultivate together again. Big brother, let's go to Sea God Island together, participate in the Sea God's God assessment together, and become stronger together. Become stronger, become even stronger than Qian Xunji, and then kill him to avenge their grandfather. This was what the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao wanted to do most right now. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the Elephant Armored Academy, the Sacred Dragon Sect, the Black Tiger Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect. These guys, who had developed improper thoughts because their grandfather was killed by Qian Xunji and wanted to seize the position of the #1 sect in the world, had finally revealed their true colors. They didn't learn anything good, but instead learned the fighting style of that dog Qian Xunji, playing with speed-based close-quarters combat, not giving the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan the chance to unleash the full power of their Clear Sky Hammer with grand, sweeping attacks. A bunch of cowards, scaredy cats, who didn't dare to take the Clear Sky Hammer head-on and only dared to run away when things looked bad. Once they hammered Qian Xunji to death, they would come back to deal with them. Besides the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, the second-generation disciples of the Clear Sky sect also wanted to go to Sea God Island for training. Bo Saishi did not agree directly but chose to wait and see. Before she arrived at the Clear Sky sect, she had passed by Spirit City and met with Qian Dalu, the high priest of the angel god. Using her mental force, she had detected that Spirit Hall possessed more than a dozen titled douluo powerhouses. Among them were even powerhouses like the level 98 Gold Crocodile douluo and the level 97 Green Phoenix douluo. Sea God Island had lost the Old Sea Witch and the Demon Soul Great White Shark King Xiao Bai. Spirit Hall had twice as many high-level combatants, the titled douluos, as Sea God Island. Because of Qian Xunji, Bo Saishi viewed Spirit Hall as an enemy. She wanted to make Qian Xunji, who had humiliated her dignity, injured her multiple times, and even caused Lord Sea God to reprimand her, pay the price. Since she couldn't beat Qian Xunji, she would attack his birthplace, the home where he had lived since childhood. Let Spirit City burn, let Spirit Hall collapse. But to achieve this, relying solely on the Sea Spirit Masters, whose combat power sharply decreased once they went ashore, was impossible. After finishing her tea, Bo Saixi's gaze swept over all the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan present. She would have all of them participate in the Sea God's God assessment. Those who could pass it and survive to see their strength soar would be the vanguard to hammer at Spirit Hall in the future. Chapter 44. Tang Hao, begging High Priestess Bo Saishi to take action. Heaven Do Empire, Fasinuo Province, vast sea city. Today, this coastal city was exceptionally lively. On a sailing ship at sea, Sea Dragon Douluo was leading over 100 sea spirit masters, waiting quietly for the return of the High Priestess of the Sea God. Outside the city, a coalition had been formed by the 7 great sects, led by the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, along with the Elephant Armored Academy, Sacred Dragon sect, Black Tiger sect, and Fire Leopard sect. The Clear Sky sects move to leave the prosperous central region of the continent and relocate to this western coastal city was too suspicious. I do not understand the purpose behind this move by the Clear Sky sect. I, Ning, do not believe that the Clear Sky sect, which has always been overbearing and capable of fighting 6 opponents at once, would choose to retreat and not even dare to fight just because we have formed a coalition out of mutual support. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, his gaze swept over the people present, observing their expressions. The #1 sect in the world, the Clear Sky sect, had already existed in name only after the death of Tang Chen. Relying solely on sect master Tang Zhen, a level 93 titled douluo, they simply could not hold on to the commercial streets, fertile fields, lakes, and spirit beast forests that Tang Chen had once seized from the various great sects. Raising spirit masters is very expensive. Not every sect is called the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the wealthiest in the world. In the past, Tang Chen relied on his own strength to forge the reputation of the awe-inspiring Clear Sky sect and the peerless Clear Sky Hammer, seizing countless real estate from various great sects and families to provide for the Clear Sky Tang clan and the disciples of the Clear Sky sect. At its peak, the number of spirit masters under the Clear Sky sect's influence reached as high as 10,000. It was second only to Spirit Hall and had more spirit masters than those belonging to the two great empires. The other 6 of the 7 great sects combined could barely contend with the Clear Sky sect. But ever since Tang Chen was killed by Qian Xunji and even his corpse was taken away as a trophy, the Clear Sky sect had fallen into a slump. It could be said that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Apart from the Clear Sky Tang clan and some loyalists of the Clear Sky sect, everyone else had successively left the Clear Sky sect. A female guest dressed in red visited the Clear Sky sect some time ago. That woman once sat on equal footing with Qian Dalu in Spirit City, drinking tea and chatting. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun revealed the intelligence he had gathered. If the Clear Sky sect did not fall, how could there be a number 1 Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the world, or the number 1 beast spirit in the world, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit? Without Tang Chen, and with a method to deal with the Clear Sky Hammer, who was afraid of that bunch of stinking blacksmiths. The sect masters of the other 4 sects did not speak. Their sects had no titled douluo and had to rely on the 7 treasure glazed tile schools Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's sect master, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, to act as the vanguard against sect master Tang Chen. When the Clear Sky falls, everyone gets a full meal. The 6 sects formed a coalition specifically to take back the commercial streets, fertile fields, lakes, and spirit beast forests they had once lost. Led by Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, they launched tentative harassing attacks on the Clear Sky sect. This is too much bullying. Seeing his father injured, the young Tang Hao felt his eyes turn red with anger, his breathing heavy like an ox. He gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at the coalition of the 6 great sects. His grandfather had just died, and these dogs were like sharks smelling blood, all coming up to take a bite out of the Clear Sky sect. They were attempting to seize the empire his grandfather had built. Now that their Clear Sky Tang clan had even moved out of the prosperous central region of the continent to vast sea city, this western coastal city, they were still unwilling to let them go. I beg Senior High Priestess Bo Saishi to take action and help my Clear Sky sect repel the enemy. Tang Hao clasped his hands, etiquette perfect, and pleaded in a low voice. The expressionless High Priestess Bo Saishi had a flash of disdain in her eyes, and she sneered in her heart. Both are inheritors chosen by divinities, but Tang Hao cannot compare to Qian Xunji at all. Although that cold-blooded man was very annoying, he dared to face the sea god with his sword, not taking a single step back. That phrase, courage as the anthem of humanity, was still unforgettable. Looking at Tang Hao, on the other hand, he did not dare to take the initiative against a strong enemy, but instead sought help from her. The difference was clear. Tang Hao was a complete failure. But who asked him to be the person specifically requested by Lord Poseidon? In order to complete the oracle personally issued by Lord Poseidon as quickly as possible and bring Tang Hao back to Sea God Island, High Priestess Bo Saishi stood up and summoned her sea god spirit. The seaside was also the sea. On the vast ocean, aside from a very few exceptions, she, the High Priestess of the Sea God, a level 99 limit douluo with the title of Sea God, was the strongest woman. With just a wave of her hand, she created a 10-meter high wave. High Priestess Bo Saishi floated in the air, stepping on the waves, her gaze sweeping over the coalition. With a scan of her mental force, she didn't even see a level 96 titled douluo, she just felt they were a bunch of rabble. Either retreat, or be buried in the sea. Facing Qian Xunji, High Priestess Bo Saishi was powerless and could only take a beating. But facing other spirit masters from the continent, she was the queen, majestic and overbearing, ready to give them a burial at sea. On the opposite side, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, who had been conducting guerrilla warfare against sect master Tang Chen, felt the soul power pressure from High Priestess Bo Saishi, which was no less than that of Tang Chen or Qian Dalu, and decisively turned to run. Asking him to fight a limit douluo. That was impossible. Ji Yu Rong was even faster than Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun. He directly carried Ning Fengji in a princess carry and slipped away. Having witnessed the battle between Qian Xunji and Tang Chen, many spirit masters in the spirit masters world knew exactly how powerful a limit douluo was. So everyone knew that if you encountered a limit douluo releasing a spirit ability, you just run. You don't even need a spirit ability to kill low-level spirit masters, the shockwaves alone could kill a whole group. Everyone was working for a sect for just a few gold coins a month, what were they risking their lives for? Tang Hao looked at the coalition of the 6 sects, who had run away without even starting a fight, and didn't know what to say. Were spirit masters nowadays so lacking in integrity? Why did they run so fast, as if their feet were greased, whenever they met a strong person? While he was dazed, his brother Tang Xiao grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the ship heading to Sea God Island. There were also more than 10 direct descendants of the Clear Sky Tang clan traveling with them. On the other side, Qian Xunji had fused with 2-leg spirit bones, collecting all 6 spirit bones of his body, and had passed the Asura's 8 trials. 990,000-year Tianmang Iceworm Head Spirit Bone. Million-year Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Torso Bone. Ice and Fire Dragon King Left and Right Arm Bones. 200,000-year Life Tree Right Leg Bone. 100,000-year Thunder Hell Vine Left Leg Bone. External Spirit Bone 8 Spider Lances. 100,000-year Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear Right Palm External Spirit Bone. 790,000-year Evil Eye Tyrant External Spirit Bone. A total of 9 spirit bones, more than Dai Yuhao's 8 and Tang San's 7. Ever since hunting the 100,000-year Thunder Hell Vine and gaining its ability to draw heavenly lightning, Qian Xunji and the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King had been in a state of drawing lightning, eating lightning, and strengthening their power. Evil Emperor. My heart is bitter. I am clearly not a lowly Khan, but I have to be electrocuted every day. Please, you 2 big bosses, take a break. Let me catch my breath. If I keep getting electrocuted like this, I'm afraid my soul will scatter. The 8 spider lances haven't fully evolved into a divine artifact yet, so endure it. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King said coldly. It wanted to become stronger, stronger than Poseidon, and then take revenge. The grudge of having one eye blinded had to be avenged. Mr. Evil Emperor, why don't you go into my mental world? Qian Xunji suggested. If the Evil Emperor were electrocuted until his soul scattered, causing the power of the Evil Eye Tyrant External Spirit Bone to decrease, that would be a huge loss. As soon as the Evil Emperor heard Qian Xunji asking him to go into his mental world, his body couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, the silver-haired, red-eyed woman living in your mental world is too terrifyingly powerful. Just looking at her makes me feel like my eyes are about to explode. The Evil Emperor would rather stay in the Evil Eye Tyrant External Spirit Bone and get electrocuted than step into that mental world for even a second. Chapter 45. Meeting to Decide, God King Succession. God Realm, Committee. The 5 great God Kings gathered in one hall. A U-shaped table. At the head sat the 2 God Kings, Evil and Kindness, one black and one white. At the foot sat the 2 God Kings, Destruction and Life, one purple and one green. In the middle sat the Asura God, alone, looking left and right, only to see them showing off their affection. As a God King without a partner, the Asura God often felt isolated by the other 4 because he had no domestic topics to chat about. The water screen displayed footage of Qian Xunji stepping on the sea, with a sea of thunder above his head, using the 8 spider lances to continuously devour the energy of the lightning in the sea. The matter of God King's succession was of great importance to the God Realm and could not be taken lightly. One day in the God Realm was 1 year in douluo. For the divinities, it might have only been an afternoon meeting, but for Qian Xunji, several months had truly passed. During this time, he obtained the Qingyan Taoist method from a system check-in. The mysterious thunder of the 9 heavens transforms into divine lightning, with majestic heavenly might, I guide it with my sword. Naturally, the moment he got his hands on it, he started cultivating it immediately. The Destruction God King watched Qian Xunji controlling thunder with his sword through the water screen and was very appreciative. This child has a deep understanding of thunder techniques. Compared to the Asura God seat, he is more suited for the Destruction God position. Upon hearing this, the Asura God's heart skipped a beat. He did not speak, nor did he overthink it. He directly pulled out his great precious sword, the super divine artifact, Asura God Sword, and placed it on the table. He looked somber, his eyes glowing red, and his entire body was shrouded in red Asura killing intent. Trying to snatch his person. If that guy Destruction dared to speak up now, he would dare to snatch the person away in a moment. Qian Xunji was his hope for regaining freedom, leaving the god realm, and wandering the universe freely. No matter who it was, if they dared to have designs on his Asura successor, he would blow up at them. The Asura god. If you have anything to say, go talk to my Asura god sword. You two, don't fight. Seeing that the Asura god was in a strange state and her husband, Destruction, had also pulled out the Destruction scepter, looking like they were ready to fight, the life goddess spoke softly. If two god kings fought, the divinities belonging to their respective factions would easily break out into a group battle. If they got heated, it was very likely to cause the fall of divinities. A small water screen appeared in the kindness goddess's palm, and she began to watch Qian Xunji's performance in Slaughter City and Heaven Do City. He eliminated evil and killed the wicked, did not kill innocent people, and also showed kindness to those commoners who had been wrongly captured. Such a person with principles, a bottom line, and methods, who also showed kindness to the grassroots masses, besides having a slightly heavy killing intent, was. The kindness goddess raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the large water screen in the conference hall. It's a pity he's a workaholic without a partner. She was somewhat dissatisfied, not sleeping for several months, constantly drawing upon heavenly thunder to cultivate. He had started acting inhuman even before becoming a god. There was no social interaction. Relatives were not contacted. Friends were also not contacted. There was no partner, which was the same as the Asura god. The successor of a lonely king was also a lonely king. The Asura god felt the kindness goddess's gaze directed at him. He turned his head to look and saw the disdain in her eyes. He felt puzzled in his heart. Had the kindness goddess taken the wrong medicine today? Or did the evil god king not satisfy her last night? Why was the look she gave him one of disdain? No, this was jealousy that he could successfully pass down his god position, gain freedom, leave the god realm, and go roam the universe in style. Yes, it must be like this. Asura, I agree to you passing the god position to Qian Xunji. A flash of brilliance suddenly darted through the kindness goddess's beautiful eyes, and her tone changed. But I think Qian Xunji needs a wife. As a god king, not having a partner of your own, what kind of system is this? The kindness goddess looked straight at the Asura god, her beautiful eyes gleaming with cold light, her tone full of disdain. The young girl that the Rakshasa god has taken a fancy to has good talent. Asura, why don't you act as a matchmaker for once? The evil god king smiled, causing trouble without restraint. He felt that the two were in the same faction. Qian Dalu was Qian Xunji's father, and Bibi Dong was Qian Dalu's disciple. The two could also be considered fellow disciples, and both would be able to inherit god positions and ascend to the god realm in the future. The first generation Asura god and Rakshasa god did not have a good relationship, but the second generation Rakshasa god and Asura god were husband and wife. If this matter could be accomplished, the god realm would be much more harmonious in the future. The two great gods of slaughter would not secretly compete against each other, treating the planes subordinate to the god realm as chessboards, using people as chess pieces to play against each other, triggering national wars, and causing countless casualties. Evil, your idea is very good, but please stop your unrealistic thoughts. The Asura god said coldly, feeling unlucky. The Rakshasa god, not even a dog would marry her. He would rather have rumors spread about him and the sea god than have anything to do with the Rakshasa god. That ugly monster filled with resentment, whoever touched her would be unlucky. Please, begin voting on whether to let Qian Xunji inherit the Asura god seat. The evil god king entered work mode, looking serious. I agree to Qian Xunji inheriting the Asura god seat, but I still hope he can find a partner to marry. The kindness goddess raised her hand to agree. I agree to Qian Xunji inheriting the god position, but I reserve my opinion that he is more suitable to inherit the destruction god position. The destruction god king raised his hand to agree, while simultaneously disgusting the Asura god. I agree as well. The life goddess raised her hand to agree. Although she did not particularly like Qian Xunji, who was decisive in killing and struck hard against females, she could not deny that his talent and character were both excellent, and he could bear the Asura god seat. Regarding the matter of Asura successor Qian Xunji inheriting the Asura god seat, it has passed unanimously. Today's meeting is hereby concluded. As soon as the evil god king's voice fell, the Asura god carried his sword and quickly left with the destruction god king, who held his scepter. It's starting again. The life goddess, who had risen to leave, sighed as she watched the two men's backs. Can't persuade them, really can't persuade them. Two warmongers who liked to have a fight as soon as they met. One of slaughter, one of destruction. When they met, it was all fighting and killing. Kindness and evil did not leave, their gazes remained fixed on Qian Xunji in the water screen. Like the Asura god, the two gods wanted to abdicate, pass down their god positions, leave the god realm, go out and live in style, free and unfettered, without work, without worries. They also wanted a successor like Qian Xunji, who possessed the qualifications of a god king and could rely on himself to independently become a god. But existence with such talent and character was rarely seen once in 10,000 years among the planes under the jurisdiction of the god realm. The child of luck born from the convergence of luck once every 10,000 years did not necessarily possess the qualifications of a god king. Will as firm as a rock, kind-hearted, and not bullying the weak. Such people were already rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, each of them had ambitions higher than the sky and might not necessarily be willing to inherit someone else's god position. How about we also learn from Asura and cast a wide net? The kindness goddess suggested. We must also learn from the sea god, be proactive, and provide resources to cultivate successors, the evil god king added. The two god king couples, who wanted to shirk their duties and stop working, started taking action as they spoke. Meanwhile, Qian Xunji, who was on the douluo plane, did not know that his desire to inherit the Asura god seat still had to go through a meeting and vote by the 5 great god kings of the god realm. Fortunately, his performance was acceptable, and although the 5 great god kings had some minor opinions, they all agreed to let him inherit the Asura god seat. Chapter 46. Tang Hao's advantage must be taken. Douluo Plain. Today the weather was perfect. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, the sun was bright, and the sea breeze was gentle. On the vast ocean, the surface was calm, with the swells rising no more than half a meter. A large sailing ship traveling between Sea God Island and vast sea city of Douluo continent was sailing smoothly. The group from the Clear Sky Tang clan on board looked unwell. It was their first time crossing the ocean by ship, and the long journey left them quite unaccustomed to it. The constant rocking of the ship made them dizzy. Spending a long time on the boat, bored and unable to cultivate properly, made them irritable. Sea Dragon Douluo, may I ask how much longer the ship needs to sail before we reach Sea God Island? Tang Xiao, who had walked out of the cabin, arrived on the deck and asked respectfully upon seeing Sea Dragon Douluo, who was watching High Priestess Bo Saishi with a smile. Soon, Sea Dragon Douluo did not get angry at being interrupted while alone with the High Priestess, his tone was merely flat and distant. The successor chosen by the sea god might be able to pass all the god tests and inherit the god position of sea god Poseidon. But inheriting the sea god position required the high priestess to sacrifice her life to initiate the final inheritance ceremony. As a simp for high priestess Bo Saishi, Sea Dragon Douluo was unwilling, nor did he wish for the woman he loved to sacrifice herself for another man. Even if this was the command of sea god Poseidon, intended to give birth to a new sea god. Tang Xiao's face showed no emotional fluctuation, but inwardly, he was very dissatisfied with Sea Dragon Douluo's perfunctory answer. Yesterday, the other party had answered, soon, and today, the answer was also, soon. How was this any different from gamblers who say, I'll pay tomorrow, and when tomorrow comes, they say, I'll pay tomorrow, again? But asking Tang Xiao to approach High Priestess Bo Saishi, that dignified, elegant, expressionless woman who kept others at a distance, was a bit difficult for him. Someone is coming. High Priestess Bo Saishi suddenly spoke, her tone unprecedentedly grave. Her voice startled everyone on the ship, and people rushed to the deck from the cabins, the stern, and other areas. Everyone's gaze turned toward the front. Above, black clouds pressed down, with lightning flashing and thunder rolling. Huge waves rose on the ocean surface. A storm is coming, a sea spirit master warned everyone. No, that is not a storm, it is not a natural phenomenon, High Priestess Bo Saishi said, her tone laced with anger. She was a level 99 limit Douluo, a wielder of the sea god spirit, possessing mental force at the peak of the spirit domain realm. While the others were weak and merely thought it was a natural disaster, she actually knew clearly that it was a man-made phenomenon. And the man who caused this phenomenon was the one High Priestess Bo Saishi hated the most. A bolt of lightning struck, Everyone was astonished and had no time to react. When the lightning dissipated, everyone heard a crackling sound. A handsome man with silver hair, red eyes, and dressed in white appeared before them, stepping on the void with his figure standing straight. Is this the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji? Tang Xiao felt very puzzled upon seeing the familiar face of the newcomer. Why have his hair color and eye color changed? Could it be that his spirit mutated later in life? Asura successor, the ocean does not welcome you. High Priestess Bo Saishi became agitated the moment she saw Qian Xunji. The sea spirit masters on Sea God Island knew the inside story and were not surprised by this scene. Seeing Qian Xunji arrive, Sea Dragon Douluo's burly body trembled involuntarily. An expression of anger appeared on his face, but he dared not speak out. He knew clearly that the gap in strength between himself and Qian Xunji was like an insurmountable chasm. The members of the Clear Sky Tang clan, who did not know the truth, were shocked to see High Priestess Bo Saishi, who was usually dignified, elegant, expressionless, and walked among mortals like a goddess, actually get angry. The contrast was maximized, offering a unique flavor. The goddess now had a touch of mortal humanity. The twin thunders before her vibrated intensely. Qian Xunji completely ignored High Priestess Bo Saishi, who had transformed into a shrew upon seeing him. He stopped cultivating mainly because he saw Tang Xiao appear on the ocean. The original body was not much older than Tang Xiao and had met him many times, including the day of the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff's enthronement ceremony when Tang Chen and Sect Master Tang Zhen brought Tang Xiao to offer congratulations, so Qian Xunji recognized him at a glance. Tang Xiao mingling with the Sea Spirit Masters of Sea God Island successfully caught his attention and piqued his interest. Open black lens bracket name, Tang Hao close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket nickname, the most severe father of Chamber Douluo close black lens bracket. The system's appraisal was being mischievous again. Tang Hao, young, hygienic, dressed quite cleanly, but with a rough appearance, little housey. Why would the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, along with a group of direct descendants of the Clear Sky Tang clan who possessed the Clear Sky Hammer, appear on the ocean? Qian Xunji cast his gaze toward Tang Xiao, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes, and started by taking advantage. Isn't this my dear nephew Tang Xiao? Why are you so depressed that you've come out to the ocean? The ocean is very dangerous. You are weak and have no flight ability. Hurry back to the continent, lest your father has to bury his own son. Ignored by Qian Xunji, High Priestess Bo Saishi was furious, panting like an ox, her eyes turning red, and she shouted, "Ninth soul skill, summon Sea God." This time, Qian Xunji had done nothing. What could happen even if High Priestess Bo Saishi summoned Sea God Poseidon down? A massive phantom of the Sea God appeared on the ocean, a divine sense of the Sea God responding to the summons and descending to the lower realm. The big sucker, the punching bag, Sea God Poseidon had arrived. He was surrounded by blue-gold special effect light, full of momentum and oppressive pressure. Seeing Sea God Poseidon descend, the Sea Spirit Masters knelt down to worship without a second word. Upon seeing this, the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan felt the peerless, irresistible power on Sea God Poseidon that far exceeded that of Tang Chen, Qian Dalu, and High Priestess Bo Saishi. Their legs buckled, and they knelt down. Kneeling to worship a divinity was not shameful. But when Tang Hao knelt to worship the Sea God, Qian Xunji flashed in front of him, standing with his hands behind his back, facing away from Tang Hao. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea. He just wanted to take advantage of little Haozi, so he acted on it. Qian Xunji. Tang Hao, eyes splitting with rage, was furious inside. "You bastard Qian Xunji, how dare you take advantage of me? I, Tang Hao, am kneeling to Sea God Poseidon, not you, the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff." Tang Hao swore that he would definitely beat up Qian Xunji for taking advantage of him. He would make Qian Xunji pay back this kneeling. The members of the Clear Sky Tang clan, who had also been taken advantage of by Qian Xunji, cursed the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji in their hearts for being shameless. "We were clearly only worshipping Sea God Poseidon, not you, the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff. You Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff, you have such audacity. Not only do you not kneel to worship Sea God Poseidon, but you dare to commit such rude acts to our faces. You actually came to mooch off the worship of us Clear Sky Tang clan members right in front of Sea God Poseidon. If not for Sea God Poseidon watching in front, we would definitely summon our clear sky hammer spirits and beat you, the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff, like a rice cake. We will definitely let you know. The #1 clear sky sect in the world, the #1 clear sky hammer in the world, the outstanding war spirit hammer, the towering clear sky sect. Cannot be insulted, cannot be bullied, and even less can you take advantage of us. Chapter 47. Qian Xunji, Scam Tang Hao, it's only reasonable. Sea God Poseidon was speechless. Whenever his high priestess saw Qian Xunji, the Asura successor, and realized she couldn't beat him, she would summon him to fight in her stead. In the past, even when Qian Xunji was just the Asura successor, he didn't dare do anything to him, fearing that the Asura god, that lunatic who was desperate to retire, would strike him with an Asura blood sword. That was in the past. The current Qian Xunji holds more than just the status of Asura successor. Being an Asura successor does not equal being the next Asura god. The highest committee of the god realm held a vote among the 5 god kings. Qian Xunji has already been designated as the next Asura god. The only step remaining for him to inherit the Asura god seat is to convert the spirit power within his body into divine force. For a grinder like Qian Xunji, if he truly wanted to convert his spirit power into divine force, it wouldn't take much time at all. Do you think an 80% affinity with the Asura divine force is just for show? And this grinder spends every day attracting and swallowing lightning, absorbing the energy of the ocean. Sea God Poseidon strongly suspects that the reason Qian Xunji isn't inheriting the Asura god seat right now is because he feels his foundation isn't stable enough to inherit 100% of the power of the god position. Lord Sea God, long time no see. Qian Xunji greeted him with a smile, his manners impeccable. Poseidon wore a smile, his tone gentle. Asura successor, greetings. The sudden improvement in Poseidon's attitude was puzzling. Qian Xunji didn't waste time thinking about such unnecessary matters. The sea spirit masters were already accustomed to sea god Poseidon referring to Qian Xunji as the Asura successor and did not detect the change in his tone. But the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan were stunned by this scene. Qian Xunji, this supreme pontiff of spirit hall, actually dared to converse with and greet Lord Sea God Poseidon as an equal. The dignified Lord Sea God Poseidon was actually communicating with him so calmly. What does Asura successor mean? Tang Xiao was desperate for an answer. Being observant, he knew that words spoken by a divinity were never ordinary. Ever since Qian Xunji inherited the position of Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, he had left Spirit City within a few days and hadn't returned even once in over 5 years. His whereabouts were mysterious and unknown to everyone. It was as if he had vanished. Now that he had appeared on the ocean, his appearance had also changed drastically. A change in appearance was a trivial matter. The point was the oppressive aura on Qian Xunji, which was even stronger than that of the 3 limit douluo powerhouses, Tang Chen, Qian Dalu, and High Priestess Bo Saishi. In just over 5 years, for a spirit douluo to grow to a level surpassing a limit douluo, this was nothing short of a miracle. There must be a great secret on Qian Xunji. This was the shared thought of the Clear Sky Tang clan members. They desperately wanted this secret that could rapidly increase one's cultivation and strength. Lord Sea God, aren't you going to say something about your believers going to the mainland and abducting mainland spirit masters? As soon as Qian Xunji spoke, he branded the sea spirit masters of Sea God Island as human traffickers. Having seen what Qian Xunji did in Heaven Do City, Sea God Poseidon knew that if he didn't explain, the lives of his believers today would definitely be forfeit. Qian Xunji's hatred for human traffickers and the ruthlessness with which he dealt with their entire families, uprooting them completely, cutting off the weeds and digging up the roots, leaving none behind, was well known. Poseidon hurriedly said, "Slander, this is absolutely slander. This god merely sent the High Priestess to the mainland to bring back talented individuals with the potential to become gods, whom I have taken a liking to Sea God Island for cultivation. There is absolutely no abduction of mainland spirit masters. I am the dignified sea god, my believers are pure and kind. How could they engage in such human trafficking activities? Asura successor, you must know that among my sea god believers, there are no criminals, let alone fallen ones." Sea God Poseidon was terrified that if he didn't explain clearly, it would lead to Qian Xunji slaughtering his place of inheritance, Sea God Island. This guy had a prior record. he had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of fallen ones in Slaughter City, leaving none alive. Wielding his sword to slaughter the fallen ones with an expressionless face, those cold eyes and the thick killing intent all over his body made him look just like an Asura god of slaughter. From sea god Poseidon's words, Qian Xunji obtained useful intelligence and thought to himself, talented individuals with the potential to become gods, he must be referring to Tang Hao. Poseidon had asked High Priestess Bo Saishi to bring Tang Hao back to Sea God Island for proper cultivation, and then have him participate in the Sea God trials to inherit the Sea God position. Let alone the matter of Poseidon wanting to pass down the God position and leave the God realm. Letting Tang Hao obtain the Sea God trials and inherit the Sea God position through those trials. What kind of wishful thinking is that? Anyone else would be fine. But a member of the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan, especially Tang Hao, this guy who had a huge karmic connection with the original body. Qian Xunji had not forgotten how he died in the original douluo story. If he hadn't been hammered into a hospital bed by Tang Hao, how could he have been poisoned and murdered by Bibi Dong? In the blink of an eye, Qian Xunji decided that for this game, he would not be a mere spectator, but would choose to enter the game as a player. I am Qian Xunji, and scamming Tang Hao is something I must do. My good nephew Tang Xiao indeed has good talent, is mature and steady, and has a good temperament. If Lord Sea God wishes to cultivate him as a successor, he is indeed a good choice. Qian Xunji turned to look at Tang Xiao, reached out to pat his shoulder in encouragement. You are lucky to have gained the favor of the Sea God, to have won the God trials, to inherit the God position, and to ascend to the God realm. You should make contributions to the God realm. Tang Xiao didn't know whether he should be happy. Qian Xunji misunderstood that he had gained the Sea God's favor, leaving him unable to explain, but the verbal praise was heartwarming. Ever since Tang Hao awakened the Clear Sky Hammer spirit at 6 years old with innate full spirit power, he had never received any praise from his family or relatives. As the older brother, he shouldn't envy a younger brother who was more outstanding than himself. Qian Xunji, I am the man favored by Lord Sea God. Tang Hao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face full of unwillingness, his lips pursed stubbornly as he stared directly at Qian Xunji. Who are you? You look so unrefined. Lord Sea God is such a handsome male god, how could he choose a fellow like you, with such an ugly appearance and poor temperament, as his successor? Lord Sea God is powerful and holds an extraordinary status in the God realm. He is not someone a mere mortal like you can try to climb into a relationship with or use to bully others. Qian Xunji opened his mouth to elevate the Sea God while disparaging Tang Hao. The Sea God might not necessarily have any thoughts, but Tang Hao, this guy, definitely had his own ideas. Then, the fool had a sudden flash of inspiration. In the original story, wasn't that how he got his wife Yin killed, and almost starved Tang San to death? There was also the track record of directly angering his father to death. Upon hearing this, Bo Saishi looked at Qian Xunji, for once. There was no anger in her eyes, only approval and appreciation. This bastard finally said something sensible, she thought to herself. Bo Saishi strongly agreed with Qian Xunji's words. Tang Hao's unrefined appearance was just too unsightly. Lord Sea God Poseidon was so handsome, how could he have an ugly-looking successor? Bo Saishi made up her mind that she would absolutely not go easy during the God trials, she would go all out to protect the Sea God position from Tang Hao. Poseidon glanced at Qian Xunji, the upward curve of his mouth harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK firing at full power. He really hadn't expected this Asura successor to have such a sweet mouth. He loved hearing those words. Tang Hao was indeed a bit ugly and his temperament wasn't great. Talent is just a ticket to becoming a god, but temperament is the crucial leap. Those with wavering will and flawed temperament cannot pass the 7 emotions test of the 9th god trial. Why not learn from Asura? Instead of giving the complete 9 trials, just give 1 trial at a time. Whoever can pass the 9 god trials first will be the next sea god, Poseidon thought. Anyway, he was only a first-class god. A successor to his god position didn't need to be approved by the god kings of the god realm like Asura did, in order to formally pass down the god position. As Qian Xunji said, Tang Hao's older brother Tang Xiao was indeed steady, and more sensible and responsible in his conduct. Chapter 48. To pit Tang Hao, one must pit him ruthlessly. Traitor, villain, Qian thief, you ruined my opportunity. I wish I could eat your flesh, strip your skin, and turn your skull into a chamber pot. Tang Hao raged impotently in his heart. The young Tang Hao, at this moment, was like an incompetent youth. With just one sentence, that middle-aged hunk Qian Xunji had snatched away his treasure. If he didn't know that the gap in their strength was as vast as a giant dragon compared to an ant, he would have likely rushed up to fight for his life long ago. He, Tang Hao, would absolutely make Qian Xunji know just how powerful the Clear Sky Hammer was and why the Clear Sky Hammer spirit was the #1 tool spirit under the heavens. Knowing his strength was insufficient, he swore that in the future, once his cultivation was successful, he would definitely hammer Qian Xunji until he was bedridden and unable to get up. Besides that mysterious armored douluo, he had added another target for revenge. Tang Hao shouted in his heart, Centennial Spirit Hall, Centennial Clear Sky Sect, don't bully your brother Hao for being young. Anyway, since you bully me for being young and weak, and I can't beat you. What Tang Hao did not know was that the person who killed his beloved grandfather Tang Chen, that mysterious armored douluo, was actually Qian Xunji himself. Lord Sea God, I have heard that the second-tier god, Lord Food God, left a legacy on the douluo continent. As long as a food system spirit master breaks through to become a titled douluo before the age of 40, they can receive a god test. Qian Xunji asked, and when he mentioned the second-tier god, Food God, his tone grew heavier. His purpose was very simple, to increase the intensity for Tang Hao and torment him to death. In the original work, Tang Hao only became a titled douluo at the age of 44. He was hailed as the one who broke the record for the youngest age to break through to titled douluo. He had a full set of top-tier spirit bones, and his wife Ah Yin, a 100,000-year spirit beast, had sacrificed herself for him. This is true. Poseidon nodded in confirmation, then changed the subject, somewhat frustrated. It's a pity, those food system spirit masters, let alone breaking through to titled douluo before 40, not a single one has even reached the titled douluo level in spirit power. Poseidon might as well have had a bunch of trash written on his face. However, this was the food god's business, and it had little to do with him. Furthermore, the food god and his wife were together, living a good life, unlike him, a single male god who could only hang out with that king of widowers, the Asura god. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. Upon learning of such an opportunity to become a god, their excitement lasted less than a second before they were doused with cold water. A food system spirit master breaking through to the titled douluo realm before 40. Wanting to obtain the opportunity to become a god was indeed not something an ordinary person could achieve. A 40-year-old titled douluo, let alone the slow cultivating food system spirit masters, even attack system battle spirit masters could almost never cultivate to this realm. 40 years old, that's a 40-year-old titled douluo. Even grandfather didn't break through to the titled douluo realm before he was 40. Tang Hao felt deeply emotional in his heart. Wanting to become a god was indeed not that easy. This kind of hard standard regarding age was simply terrifying. It is actually true. Qian Xunji showed an expression of surprise, then changed the subject. Thank you, Lord Sea God, for clearing up my confusion. I imagine that, as a first-tier god, your god test content must be even more difficult than the second-tier god's god test. Achieving titled douluo before 30. Breaking through to limit douluo before 40. Before 50, one must complete all god tests to inherit the sea god position. Poseidon complained in his heart. I do have such thoughts, but reality doesn't allow it. I also want a successor as much of a grinder as you, who almost completed all god test content in 5 years. But he knew that a grinder like Qian Xunji, who had strength, means, strong execution ability, and firm will, was even rarer than a child of destiny. Not to mention that this grinder was also a king of widowers, with not even a woman by his side. During the god test, he didn't go home. He didn't contact his family. He didn't contact his friends. He devoted himself entirely to the god test, eating while flying. He was simply not human. Together with that guy, the Asura god, who didn't act like a god, he was truly the successor of a king of widowers and a king of widowers himself. Seeing that Lord Sea God Poseidon did not refute Qian Xunji's words, Tang Hao's heart went cold. The sea water was too cold, and his heart was flying away. Titled douluo at 30. Even if he didn't rest, didn't eat or drink, didn't use the toilet for 24 hours a day, and split 1 minute into 2. Tang Hao. This kid cannot do it. The limit douluo at 40 requirement was even more outrageous. When a spirit master becomes a titled douluo after absorbing a spirit ring, their spirit power level is 91. How many titled douluo have to cultivate bitterly for several years just to raise their 91 level spirit power to 92? The gap between level 95 and 96 spirit power is a hurdle. The vast majority of titled douluo cannot cross it in their entire lives. Starting from level 96, every level is a hurdle that traps one for a lifetime. Tang Hao. How brilliant and talented was grandfather Tang Chen, a peerless genius. When he cultivated to a 99 level limit douluo, his age had already reached nearly 100. Although Tang Hao was confident he could surpass his grandfather Tang Chen, asking him to raise his spirit power to 99 level limit douluo before 50. That was absolutely impossible to do. Unless he was given a full set of 6 100,000-year spirit bones and 4 100,000-year spirit rings, perhaps he could give it a shot. High Priestess Bo Saishi saw Tang Hao looking like a defeated rooster, listless and dead-hearted, and sneered in her heart. She, High Priestess Bo Saishi, was a 99-level sea god douluo, possessing the god-given spirit, the sea god spirit. She was intelligent, gifted, and had outstanding looks. In what way was she not better than Tang Hao? Even I did not cultivate to the titled douluo realm before 30. How could you, a guy with a so-called top-tier tool spirit and innate full spirit power, do it? She sneered in her heart. With Lord Sea God Poseidon present, she dared not say it openly, but she could complain in her heart. But High Priestess Bo Saishi knew that Qian Xunji was only in his 40s this year. 5 years ago, before he had reached 40, he already possessed the cultivation of a 99-level limit douluo. Someone who actually achieved it before speaking was not a stupid and bad bastard who just spouted nonsense. Lord Sea God, I still need to head to the Sun Moon continent, to the Love God's inheritance site, the Valley of Love, to obtain an opportunity. I will take my leave first. After dropping the final bomb, Qian Xunji decisively said goodbye and left. His time was very precious and could not be wasted on the people of the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan. Next was waiting for time to ferment. To make the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao drift apart and lose trust in each other. High Priestess Bo Saixi's small actions of disgust and disdain for Tang Hao did not escape Qian Xunji's mental force observation. It could be foreseen that there would definitely be a good show to watch in the future. Asura successor, not everyone can be as excellent as you. Lord Sea God Poseidon looked at Qian Xunji's receding back, sighed, and said faintly. The sea god regretted it. He regretted his actions in the past. If he had known back then that Qian Xunji was so excellent, he should have gone down and snatched him directly when Asura was disgusted by the other party's fighting style. With Qian Xunji's execution ability, if he had obtained the sea god test, he would definitely have cleared the god test in 3 years and ascended to the god realm in 100 years. Lord Sea God, you don't need to sigh. What Qian Xunji can do, I can also accomplish. Tang Hao clasped his fists, his voice resonant and powerful. Grandfather had told him that Qian Xunji's talent was not as good as his. What Qian Xunji could do, why couldn't he do it? It is good that you have confidence. Poseidon said blandly. He did not expect Tang Hao to reach Qian Xunji's height. As long as the other party could pass all of his god tests, the watered-down version, inherit the god position, and ascend to the god realm as soon as possible to give him freedom, that was enough. For Tang Hao, or rather the people of the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan, Poseidon never expected them to reach Qian Xunji's height. If they could have 1/10 of his talent and temperament, he would be satisfied. Chapter 49. Tang Hao, I can't swim. Waters around Sea God Island. It's land. Woo-woo. On the deck, the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan were incredibly excited to see land. This was their first time taking a boat out to sea, and they had been stuck on board for dozens of days. The first thing they did every morning after waking up was leave the cabin, come to the deck, and look at the scenery outside. Seawater, and more seawater. Blue, green, muddy yellow, the undulating seawater of various colors, combined with the swaying of the ship and the salty sea breeze, left them feeling nauseated every day, in a state of constantly wanting to vomit but being unable to. Tang Hao, being on the boat, I feel like a pregnant woman. Tang Xiao, feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit, but unable to. Clear Sky Tang clan members, we feel the same. But when the ship approached and Sea God Island was no longer just a black dot, revealing its full appearance, the members of the Clear Sky Tang clan saw a massive crater, trees leaning in every direction, and houses with their structures damaged by shockwaves. This strange sight made Tang Hao ask curiously, what happened here? Sea God Island was the place of inheritance left by the sea god, Lord Poseidon. Why were there traces left behind by a battle between powerful experts? And what kind of powerful expert could leave behind such a massive crater? The area of this crater was larger than an entire bustling spirit hunting town. Why are you asking about this? High Priestess Bo Saxi's face darkened, her tone as cold as ice shards. She began to gasp, her breathing becoming heavier. The moment she thought about how she had mistakenly believed Qian Xunji was the sea god's successor and had been the first to attack him, leading to Sea God Island suffering a great disaster, with countless sea god believers dying, and even the old sea witch and the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai dying. The more she thought about it, the redder her eyes became, and they soon turned bloodshot. With eyes as red as blood and breathing like an ox, characters related to the Clear Sky Tang clan in the original work would all be infected with Tang-style syndrome. The members of the Clear Sky Tang clan, seeing High Priestess Bo Saishi acting strangely, trembled in fear. Tang Xiao, who had the highest emotional intelligence, stepped forward. Apologies, Sea God Douluo, my brother is still young. I will educate him properly later, please calm your anger. HMPH. Sea Dragon Douluo snorted coldly, warning, speak less, cultivate more, don't ask about other things. These damned Clear Sky Tang clan men were actually speaking without restraint, angering his goddess. High Priestess Bo Saishi was angry, and remembering that nightmarish day, it was simply a sin that 10,000 deaths could not atone for. Sea God Island had suffered such a disaster, with countless casualties. The one who was wrong wasn't High Priestess Bo Saishi, but that bastard Qian Xunji. Sea Dragon, there is no need to hide it from the guests. Answer their question truthfully. After forcing herself to regain her composure, High Priestess Bo Saishi gave Sea Dragon Douluo a warning look. Yes, High Priestess. As a simp, Sea Dragon Douluo did whatever the goddess said, listening to her words and sharing her burdens. Furthermore, he himself did not want High Priestess Bo Saishi to have too much contact with men like Tang Hao. The goddess could be unattainable, but she could not belong to other men. This was left behind about 5 years ago, when Qian Xunji first came to Sea God Island and a battle broke out with the High Priestess. Sea Dragon Douluo concealed a portion of the truth, embellished another, and his words were filled with smears against Qian Xunji and glorification of High Priestess Bo Saishi. After all, he couldn't possibly tell Tang Hao and the others the truth, could he? Where would the goddess's face go? Where would the Saint Pillar Douluo's faces go? And where would the face of the sea god, Lord Poseidon, go? After all, they were the ones who struck first, using a righteous gang-up, only to still lose to the guy. What was even more embarrassing was that he only used one offensive move during the entire fight. That single convergence cannon that descended from the sky had nearly wiped out all their high-level combat power on Sea God Island. 5 years ago, Qian Xunji's strength was already on par with High Priestess Bo Saxi's. And looking at her flustered appearance just now, it seems she lost to Qian Xunji in that battle. Tang Xiao thought to himself, and the more he thought, the more terrified he became. If one were to say that after Qian Xunji left Spirit City, he obtained a great opportunity, and in 5 or 6 years went from a level 81 Spirit Douluo to a level 99 Limit Douluo, that kind of spirit power upgrade speed shocked him to the point of envy and jealousy, wishing he could take his place. Then, the fact that Qian Xunji could rise from level 81 to level 99 in just 1 year after leaving Spirit City. Tang Xiao was terrified. He was cheating, this was absolutely cheating. If this wasn't cheating, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Before Qian Xunji was 40, he was already a Limit Douluo. He only said it after he had achieved it. You all must remember this. Seeing the Clear Sky Tang clan members wearing expressions of, I don't believe you, you're lying to me, High Priestess Bo Saishi added a few words. She felt that these Clear Sky Tang clan men were all arrogant, yet had no real skills. Sea Dragon had already spoken very tactfully, and the content was easier for people to believe. If he had told the truth, this bunch of people would probably say, "Such an absurd thing with no logic, I don't believe it." But reality was just that absurd, illogical, and unexpected, yet it was within reason. Things Qian Xunji can do, I can do too. HMPH, isn't it just using a spirit ability to smash out a big crater? Wait until I cultivate to level 99, achieve limit douluo, and my clear sky hammer spirit is perfected, I will definitely smash out an even bigger crater. Tang Hao was unconvinced, and being competitive, he made a declaration in public. He was the hope of the Clear Sky sect, the future Clear Sky douluo, the sea god's successor, the one who would inherit the sea god's god position, and the sea god who would ascend to the god realm. There was no reason he couldn't do what Qian Xunji could. High Priestess Bo Seixi's face turned black upon hearing this. Who to mention, but he had to mention Qian Xunji. Who to learn from, but he had to learn from Qian Xunji. What not to learn, but he had to learn how to smash craters. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, just used to kick kidneys. Ah, Tang Hao was kicked and flew out. With a splash, he fell into the sea. I can't swim. Tang Hao slapped the seawater to increase buoyancy, letting his head rise above the surface, and shouted loudly. The demon soul great white shark smelled the scent and swam over, preparing to take a bite to taste it. This is a guest of Sea God Island. High Priestess Bo Seixi's tone was cold as she issued a warning. She could beat Tang Hao up and teach this guy who spoke without restraint and boasted endlessly a lesson. But as a man favored by the sea god, Lord Poseidon, he could not suffer irreversible damage, let alone die in front of her. Of course, if Qian Xunji were to kill Tang Hao, she wouldn't have the ability to stop it, that would be another matter. High Priestess Bo Seishi. I'm not failing to save a life, I just can't beat him, so I can't save him. Sea God, you won't blame me, right? Tang Xiao jumped into the water, held Tang Hao in his arms, and the Tang clan members joined forces to pull them both onto the ship. Seeing Tang Hao had drunk his fill of seawater, Sea Dragon Douluo watched him vomit wildly after getting on the ship until his face turned white. He sneered in his heart. Serves you right for talking nonsense, you deserve to be taught a lesson. But then, he felt envious of Tang Hao again. Sea Dragon Douluo. I also want to be kicked by High Priestess Bo Seixi's long legs, hee. Chapter 50. Yu Shaogang, the Grandmaster appears to get beaten up. Douluo Continent. Upon Qian Xunji's return, he immediately covered the entire continent with his divine sense, piecing together the events from fragmented intelligence. Ever since Tang Chen was killed and his body taken as a trophy. Without Tang Chen, a level 99 limit douluo, presiding over it, the Clear Sky sect, whose strength had greatly diminished, was besieged by other sects. Led by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, with the Elephant Armored Academy, Sacred Dragon sect, Black Tiger sect, and Fire Leopard sect following, the 6 great sects formed an allied army to attack the Clear Sky sect. The majestic Clear Sky sect, the outstanding battle spirit hammer. Tang Chen spent a generation using the Clear Sky hammer to conquer the world, establishing the #1 Clear Sky sect, the #1 tool spirit, the Clear Sky hammer, and a vast empire. Less than a few years after his death, the Clear Sky sect declined, losing members and having its properties seized. In just a few short years, it fell from being one of the top 3 powers to its current state as a reclusive federal faction. Even the sect's address moved from the prosperous central region of the continent to the west of the Zilling mountain range, north of Vast Sea City, near the sea. They vainly hoped to borrow the names of High Priestess Bo Seishi and Sea God Island to intimidate others. Boring. It doesn't make me interested in killing people and destroying sects, Qian Xunji commented indifferently. He hadn't even exerted himself, and these Clear Sky Tang clan members were already failing. The entire sect only had Sect Master Tang Zhen, a titled douluo who was severely injured. The elders, cultivation in the original work was merely Spirit Saint and Spirit Douluo. The total number of Spirit Masters in the entire sect was just over 1,000, only 1/10 of its peak strength. Those guys, surnamed Tang, how could they attract your attention? I'm very curious as to why, the deep-sea demon whale king asked curiously. It rarely saw Qian Xunji interested in anything other than improving his own strength. After it sacrificed itself and became a tool spirit, it had been with Qian Xunji for some time. The impression this human left in its mind was that besides cultivating to improve his cultivation, he was also cultivating various self-created spirit abilities. Even when hunting spirit beasts, his goals were clear, and his actions were swift. He almost always crushed them with absolute power. If he used his brain, it was only for cultivation. It was truly unbelievable that he would actually scheme against a group of weaklings this time. Although the young man named Tang Hao was favored by Poseidon, in the deep-sea demon whale king's eyes, the other party was still young and too weak, and if dangerous, it would be better to just kill him directly. Mr. Demon Whale King, that is a special existence, Qian Xunji said no more. He didn't want to explain that the original douluo continent was a long novel. Tang Hao was the father of Tang San, the protagonist of the novel. And he, Qian Xunji, in the story, would be hammered by Tang Hao into a bedridden patient, eventually dying at the hands of the ungrateful disciple Bibi Dong. How special. It was very curious. It's hard to explain clearly, but I can assure you that Tang Hao will not be able to successfully inherit the sea god position, allowing Poseidon to gain freedom and leave the god realm. Mentioning the sea god Poseidon, the deep-sea demon whale king's attention was successfully diverted. Do you think we should sink the supply ships from Sea God Island to the continent? The deep-sea demon whale king suggested. Having been with Qian Xunji for a long time and learning many things, it also became mischievous. Cutting off Sea God Island's food supply and making the sea god's followers starve, just thinking about it was fun. If you can convince Madam Demon Emperor to act, I don't care. Qian Xunji didn't object to the deep-sea demon whale king's suggestion, but he didn't want to act personally. There was no particular reason, just too lazy to act. After the brief conversation between the man and the beast, Qian Xunji found another mountain peak and began to cultivate. The mountain peak had a name, Thunder Cliff. The previously cloudy sky, which had turned clear, suddenly became covered in dark clouds, with lightning filling the sky. The deafening sound of thunder reverberated in all directions. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's headquarters was located at Thunder Cliff, a sacred cultivation ground for lightning attribute spirit masters. What's going on? Why has this continuous thunderstorm weather lasted so long? Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun was very puzzled, and his tone seemed somewhat irritable due to being bothered by the thunderstorm noise for many days, which affected his sleep and appetite. He had lived on Thunder Cliff for decades and had encountered extreme weather before. But this was the first time he had seen such continuous thunderstorm weather, roaring non-stop 24 hours a day for several days. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun's eyes looked towards the distance, at the center of the thunderstorm. He vaguely felt that there was something terrifying residing there. Father. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun looked over at the sound, only to see a young man approaching empty-handed, with a hint of awkwardness on his face. The young man was his son, named Yu Shaogang, not Yu Shaogang. Shaogang, you're here, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun's tone revealed fatigue. His son was bad at everything. He had no talent, with innate spirit power of 0.5. He had no spirit, just a pig spirit that only knew how to fart. He had no brains, not cultivating properly, only knowing how to get stronger by consuming medicine. As for greed, he was truly greedy, the cultivation. Resources that elite disciples could receive in a month, he could consume in a day, and after consuming them, he would come back to ask for more. Because Yu Shaogang wasted cultivation resources without significant improvement in cultivation, he had been scolded countless times by the elders at the Elders' Council. Ever since this son awakened his spirit at the age of 6, he had become a source of after-dinner laughter. Father, please give me some medicinal bath. Take it. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun took out a packet of medicine from his spirit tool and casually placed it on the table. For this son who relied on consuming medicine to increase his spirit power level and possessed a one-ring cultivation, he truly felt, why didn't he just end up in my stomach and get dissolved by stomach acid? Yu Shaogang reached out with a wronged expression, took the medicine, said nothing, and left stubbornly. He wanted to prove that he was not a good-for-nothing. 30 years in Shandong, 30 years in Shaanxi, do not bully your brother gang for being young and weak. Yu Shaogang, when Brother Scar enters my body, my name will spread far and wide as a rose. On the way back to his room, Yu Shaogang was ambushed. An 8-year-old loli, with a running start, delivered a flying kick to Yu Shaogang's backside, causing him to fall face first into the mud. Useless, going to Grandpa again to beg for cultivation resources. All day long, you don't think about the family or contribute to the sect, you just waste cultivation resources. Grandpa having such a useless son like you is truly the worst luck in 8 generations. A pig like trash fish like you is just wasting air by living. ... The 8-year-old lowly stood with her hands on her hips, one foot on Yu Xiaoging's rear, looking down with disdain, speaking voluminously. Facing his grandniece, who was younger but stronger than him, Yu Xiaoging couldn't fight back at all. The incompetent Yu Xiaoging, like an incompetent uncle, could only submit to his grandniece's tyranny. Being trampled, kicked, and then having his cultivation resources stolen. Yu Ruoan, Yu Xiaoging, do not have a grandniece like you, Yu Xiaoging muttered softly, his eyes red and breathing heavily, gritting his teeth. This violent lowly grandniece would always hit him first, then scold him, and then steal his cultivation resources whenever she saw him. She would rob him at least 20 times a month. Each time she hit him, she never hit his face, only his buttocks, which were usually covered. Yu Xiaoging was very concerned about his reputation. It was impossible for him to take off his pants in front of his parents every time he was beaten to expose Yu Ruoan's evil deeds, right? Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun left his office, left the sect, and, bringing his younger brother Yu Luomian, headed towards the center of the thunderstorm. Danger often accompanies opportunities. It was once heard that 100,000-year spirit beasts needed to undergo heavenly tribulation and endure lightning strikes. Thunder Cliff was not only a sacred cultivation ground for lightning attribute spirit masters but also a habitat for lightning attribute spirit beasts. It was not impossible that a 100,000-year spirit beast was hidden in the Thunder Spirit Beast Forest. After all, some spirit beasts liked to dig a hole and stay quietly, eating when creatures came, and if not, staying still to conserve energy, not needing to eat for several months. Chapter 51. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, I hate this so much. Dark clouds churned like ink in the sky, unable to cover the mountains, with only lightning illuminating the dim world. Because the sky was full of lightning and too dangerous, and his younger brother's cultivation was only at the level of a spirit saint, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun chose to travel to the center of the Thunder Sea on foot. The Thunder Forest, which should have been teeming with spirit beasts, saw them hiding or fleeing due to the continuous thunder in the sky. The heavenly lightning summoned by the 100,000-year Thunder Hellvine, even when artificially contained within a certain range, possessed terrifying power. Rumble, rumble, lingering thunder constantly exploded above the two brothers. Lightning bolts thicker than a thumb were heart-stopping. A bolt of lightning struck a 100-meter-tall tree, splitting it open and igniting the resin, causing the entire tree to burst into flames. This power is practically a 100,000-year spirit ability of a titled douluo. Yu Luomian swallowed hard, feeling extremely afraid. Beside him, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun twitched the corner of his mouth. This power was simply too formidable. The heavenly tribulation of a 100,000-year spirit beast was truly terrifying. However, risk and opportunity were relative. Even if they couldn't obtain the spirit ring, obtaining the spirit bone and the flesh of the spirit beast would still be excellent. A 10,000-year spirit bone was known as a treasure of the blood river, while a 100,000-year spirit bone was a treasure capable of causing the destruction of a nation. The two great empires, Heaven Do and Star Luo, could erupt into war over it, both committing millions of troops. Major sects would gamble their future on it, killing people and destroying sects just to seize the treasure. Even Spirit Hall would dispatch several titled douluo experts to snatch a 100,000-year spirit bone. But when Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun arrived at the mountain peak where Qian Xunji was cultivating by drawing lightning into his body, he looked from a great distance and saw a blurry figure. Instantly, he felt disappointed. It was not a 100,000-year spirit beast undergoing heavenly tribulation here. There were no leftovers to scavenge, number 100,000-year spirit bone, and no flesh of a 100,000-year spirit beast to feed to the disciples of the sect. Legend had it that the flesh of a 100,000-year spirit beast, when consumed, had the effect of nourishing the origin of one's bloodline and increasing cultivation, making it a powerful supplement. The two brothers climbed upward. The two had different mindsets regarding the person cultivating by drawing lightning on the mountain peak. Yu Luomian wanted to learn this technique to improve his strength. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, however, hoped this person would find another place to cultivate. If they cultivated on Thunder Cliff, everyone in their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would have to suffer along with them. But as they got closer, when Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun could clearly see the face of the person drawing lightning into his body, he was shocked. Although the hair color had changed from gold to silver, that handsome face could not be mistaken. Qian Xunji, why would this Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall appear at Thunder Cliff? What does he want, coming here without a word? Could it be that he came under the orders of Qian Dalu, intending to interfere in the 6 major sects' actions against the Clear Sky sect? Various thoughts and questions kept surging in Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun's mind. He couldn't understand why this Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, rumored to have run away from home and been missing for many years without a trace, would appear at Thunder Cliff. The powerful aura on the other person was very wrong. It was an aura he seemed to have felt somewhere before. But for a moment, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun couldn't recall where. He had felt a similar aura. One had to know that possessors of dragon spirits had sensitive noses. They could distinguish the different scents on individual humans and spirit beasts. Someone is here, the voice of the deep-sea demon whale king rang out. Qian Xunji opened his eyes, with lightning currents flashing within them, his gaze revealing the power to destroy all things. Mastering the laws of thunder and the laws of destruction was the reason he could be favored by the God King of Destruction. Open black lens bracket name. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, biological father of Yu Shaogang close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket name. Yu Luomian, one of Yu Shaogang's strictest fathers close black lens bracket. Seeing the character identification pop up from the system, Qian Xunji saw the names of the 3 and became interested. People from the Blue Lightning Yu family, and famous characters from the original work at that. One of them was actually Yu Shaogang's biological father, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun. The system mocked him as Yu Shaogang's biological father. In truth, that description was accurate. Just look at all the father-screwing actions of Yu Shaogang in the original work. While in the sect, he wasted cultivation resources. He went out to Spirit City and flirted with Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji didn't quite understand the thoughts of the Qian family father and son in the original work, nor their way of handling things. Bibi Dong wanted to elope with Yu Shaogang and marry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If they had just destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, wouldn't that have nipped her idea in the bud? Bibi Dong liked Yu Shaogang and wanted to be with him, then why not just have Yu Shaogang marry Bibi Dong? In this world where strength is respected and the weak are prey to the strong, whoever is strong is the master. If the man is strong, he is the head of the house. If the woman is strong, she is the mistress. A spirit king expert marrying a tiny spirit grandmaster, is that appropriate? Obviously not. Besides, imprisoning Yu Shaogang and using Bibi Dong as a slave, this is called recycling and reusing an ungrateful, love-brained traitor, squeezing out every last bit of value. Whether using them as reproductive tools or selling them for money, both were good choices. The Angel Qian family in the original work simply had too high a moral standard. If it were him, he could play with such ungrateful, love-brained traitors until their Dao hearts collapsed. The premise was that he wanted to play. I don't know why Your Excellency Supreme Pontiff has visited our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, please forgive our lack of a proper welcome. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun was polite, his tone courteous. Qian Xunji's face remained devoid of emotion, but internally, he was somewhat displeased. He didn't like others addressing him as Supreme Pontiff. Calling him His Majesty the Emperor would be fine, but calling him Your Excellency Supreme Pontiff, HMPF, he wasn't a believer of the angel god. Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji, he had discarded this identity from the very beginning. Do you need me to kill them? The voice of the deep-sea demon whale king rang out again. Qian Xunji replied, don't kill the weak one yet. Kill Yu Luomian. Wouldn't that be lightening the burden for Yu Shaogang? This was the person who forced Yu Shaogang to flee his wedding day, a master of verbally bullying Yu Shaogang. If such an existence were killed, several good shows would be missed. As for Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, Yu Shaogang's biological father, killing him was fine. Without the protection of Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, who knows if the Yu Shaogang of this world could even grow up, or if he could continue to swindle people everywhere without punishment. Yu Shaogang. My dad is Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the upper 3 sects. Yu Shaogang was so arrogant, looking down on this one and that one. Offending so many people, yet he still hadn't died. Wasn't it just because he had a father who was a sect master of the upper three sects and a titled douluo expert? Without this blood relationship, Yu Shaogang was nothing. The deep-sea demon whale king made his move, drawing lightning to shatter thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun. The speed was too fast, the power too great. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, without his spirit manifested, couldn't react at all, and was directly struck by a bolt-thick thunderbolt, his skin splitting open, his whole body conducting electricity. Half his life was lost just like that. Kill him, and you shall live. Qian Xunji looked at the prostrate thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun and gave the order to Yu Luomian. Killing his brother to take the position, the good show was beginning. Shocked by thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun being killed in one move, Yu Luomian took only a second to calm his mood upon hearing this, then manifested his spirit and moved to kill thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun couldn't believe it. His own brother had actually, for the sake of survival, unhesitatingly struck him down. He hated this so much, dying with his eyes wide open. After killing thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, Yu Luomian intended to take his brother's corpse back to the sect, but was called out by Qian Xunji. You can take the spirit bone, but the corpse must stay. The inheritance spirit bone of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect wasn't even 100,000 years old, taking it or not didn't matter. But the corpse of Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun could be recycled and reused. After successfully inheriting the Asura god seat, resurrecting a mortal using divine force would be an easy matter. If the Yu Shaogang of this world could hook up with Bibi Dong and even get married, then Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun would have a great use. For example, the legend of the sparks between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law. The tool for the old father, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, to educate his son, Yu Shaogang, was called the Benevolence Whip. As Qian Xunji, targeting Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang was a must-do. Otherwise, he would have transmigrated into Qian Xunji in vain. But he found it dirty and unlucky, and didn't want to personally educate these two heaven-defying freaks. Qian Xunji. Although outsourcing is bad and irresponsible, sometimes it is useful. Things you want to do but don't want to do personally should be handled by paying for an outsourced professional team. Chapter 52. Gangzi, Dad is dead, I've been expelled from the family and kicked out of the sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect grounds. Yu Luomian returned alone. Before leaving, he was merely a level 79 spirit saint. Upon his return, he was already a level 81 spirit douluo. As his feet trod upon the stone-paved path within the sect, he felt a wave of emotion. This supreme pontiff, Qian Xunji, is truly wealthy and generous, he really gives away good things. Working for him, the salary is paid in advance, who wouldn't love such a boss? What's more, for merely handling a trivial matter that could be done with a flick of a finger, he actually gave me a sea dragon spirit ring with an age exceeding 50,000 years as payment in advance. A sea dragon is a top-tier sub-dragon spirit beast that lives in the ocean. The 50,000-year sea dragon spirit ring brought him a qualitative improvement. Now, he was confident that when his spirit power reached level 90 as a quasi-titled douluo, he could absorb a 100,000-year spirit beast as his 9th spirit ring. In Yu Luomian's mind, the task Qian Xunji had instructed him to do before he left lingered. Expel Yu Shaogang from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, announce this news to the Spirit Master's world, and cut off all possibilities for him to use the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to bully others in the outside world. Although Yu Luomian did not know why Qian Xunji wanted to target Yu Shaogang, this matter was exactly to his liking. Yu Shaogang was a piece of trash who didn't even have a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit and had only awakened a swine spirit. If it weren't for his foolish older brother, Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun, protecting him. Based solely on his behavior of wasting the sect's cultivation resources on a daily basis, even death 10,000 times over wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. It was all his foolish brother's fault, because of one piece of trash, the people within the sect had become alienated and disloyal. The Blue Lightning Yu family, which should have been united as one, now saw the branch families harboring deep resentment toward the main family. Seeing Yu Luomian return alone and that his cultivation had broken through to Spirit douluo, the Blue Lightning Grand Elder asked curiously, Luomian, weren't you with Yu Yuanjun when you left? Why have you returned alone? Where is Yu Yuanjun? Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun was the only titled douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Just as the Clear Sky sect could not afford to lose Tang Chen, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could not afford to lose Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun. In this era where Tang Chen had passed away, Qian Dalu stayed in Spirit City without emerging, and there was no powerful dragon-like pressure to keep order. The various major sects and clans on the continent had begun an era of intense competition, seizing and fighting for the vast legacy left behind by Tang Chen. The Sacred Dragon sect and the Elephant Armored Academy were eyeing the positions of the upper three sects like tigers watching their prey. The Black Tiger sect and the Fire Leopard sect were like beasts lurking in the grass, ready to pounce and hunt at any moment, tearing apart the weak. Grand Elder, please first summon all the members of the Blue Lightning Yu family who are within the sect. Yu Luomian sighed without saying more. Although he had killed his older brother with his own hands, it was to save his own life and to retrieve the sect's heirloom spirit bone. He couldn't just die alongside his foolish brother when he could have survived. As the bell tolled, everyone gathered and sat in the main hall. Because Yu Shaogang hadn't awakened a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit, he was ostracized and could only stand in the very back row. Yu Luomian stood on the podium, scanned the surroundings, and seeing that everyone had arrived, began to speak. First, let me introduce myself. I am Yu Luomian, my spirit is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and I am a level 81 spirit douluo. Revealing his cultivation was meant to intimidate the clansmen. Spirit douluos and spirit saints were both sect elders, but their status was worlds apart. Excluding Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, the number of spirit douluos within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could be counted on one hand. And someone as young as him, who had cultivated to the level of spirit douluo in his early 40s, clearly possessed the potential to become a titled douluo. This naturally evil, damned second uncle actually has such good luck, cultivating to the realm of spirit douluo in his early 40s, his cultivation speed is even faster than father's. Yu Shaogang felt resentment in his heart. He was jealous of anyone who was better than him. He hated Yu Luomian, who looked down on him and was always verbally abusive. But he was powerless to do anything, could only clench his fists tight, grit his teeth, and wallow in his own anger and sorrow. Luomian, congratulations on advancing to Spirit Douluo. That's great, Luomian, I believe you can break through to titled douluo within 10 years. By then, our Blue Lightning Yu family will have 2 douluos. Yu Luomian's breakthrough to Spirit Douluo added a high-level combatant to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the members of the Blue Lightning Yu family offered their congratulations one after another. They were all one family, a community of shared interests. Having one more high-level expert in the family meant one more layer of strength to resist external risks. The good news is finished. My clansmen, I am very sorry to have to let you hear this next piece of bad news. But I cannot refrain from telling you this news. If I were to conceal it, I fear it would plunge our Blue Lightning Yu family into the catastrophe of total annihilation. Yu Luomian appeared very sad, with a look of deep grief and heartache. Luomian, the bad news isn't Yu Yuanjun, is it? The Blue Lightning Grand Elder guessed something, gasped, and asked. He did not want to believe his guess was true. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun was dead, and the sect had no titled douluo powerhouse to hold down the fort. In this chaotic era, possessing status, fame, and wealth without the corresponding strength was simply too dangerous. Grand Elder, just as you guessed, my older brother is dead. Yu Luomian lowered his head, speaking with a look of grief and heartache, his tone sorrowful. This bad news landed like a massive meteor. It crushed the spirit of the Blue Lightning Yu clansmen. No, this isn't true. Grandfather is a titled douluo powerhouse, who could kill him? Yu Ruowan stood up from her chair, her emotions collapsing, her large eyes brimming with tears, and she stared directly at her second grandfather, Yu Luomian, asking loudly. She didn't believe her mighty, imposing, and powerful titled douluo grandfather had suddenly died just like that. The faction that person belongs to, even if the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects stood together in solidarity and united their efforts, could not be defeated. Yu Luomian did not name names, saying that Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji of Spirit Hall had killed Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun. Taking someone's money and keeping one's mouth shut, he still possessed that much professional ethics. What's more, the Supreme Pontiff was so wealthy and generous that even a tiny bit of what slipped through his fingers was enough to satisfy him. Besides, without a limit douluo to hold down the fort, what could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect use to take revenge? The angelic Qian family has 2 limit douluos in one household. How are we supposed to fight that? Spirit Hall. The people of Spirit Hall killed my father. Who exactly was it? I want to know exactly who from Spirit Hall killed my father. Yu Xiaoging's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting like an ox, and his blood-streaked eyes stared fixedly at Yu Luomian. He had to know the exact answer. His naturally evil second uncle must know who killed his father. His father was dead, and he had lost his support within the family and the sect. He had lost his cultivation resources. He had lost his hope of becoming a powerhouse. Yu Xiaoging swore in his heart, in this lifetime, I will exhaust everything to destroy Spirit Hall and take revenge for the beautiful future I have lost. Yu Luomian ignored the foolish Yu Xiaoging. Having guessed it was someone from Spirit Hall, he actually dared to speak it out loud. Fortunately, everyone present was a member of the Blue Lightning Yu family, all one family, otherwise, spreading it around would only create enemies for themselves. The adult members of the Blue Lightning Yu family were not stupid. They naturally guessed that the faction Yu Luomian had hidden in his words was Spirit Hall. But everyone wasn't as stupid as Yu Xiaoging to say this matter out loud. Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect was dead, but Qian Dalu of Spirit Hall was not. And there was that super douluo with spirit power as high as level 97 who had appeared beside Qian Dalu several years ago. The known number of titled douluos in Spirit Hall was greater than all the major sects combined. With what were they, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, supposed to avenge their sect master? Don't forget, there was also the one who killed Yu Xiaoging in full public view. The mysterious armored douluo was also a limit douluo powerhouse. So many years had passed, and they hadn't gone to seek revenge, nor did they even dare to mention it. I propose expelling Yu Xiaoging from the family and kicking him out of the sect. A member of a branch family first raised his hand, and after receiving permission to speak, made the suggestion. Yu Xiaoging had repeatedly relied on his status as the sect master's son to seize the cultivation resources that should have belonged to him. He often couldn't receive his own share of cultivation resources, which led to a slow increase in his spirit power. If it weren't for often not being able to receive his share of cultivation resources, his current spirit power level would be at least 4 levels higher. I agree too. I vote with both hands and feet in favor. Everyone present, even Yu Xiaoging's own older brother, agreed to expel him from the family and kick him out of the sect. Yu Luomian chuckled inwardly. It was truly like having a pillow appear just as one was getting sleepy. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. I need to add one thing. The person who killed our sect master might have done so because of Yu Xiaoging. A powerhouse would not know the name of a piece of trash for no reason. Xiaoging, did you go out and cause trouble while using the sect master's name, and then offend some people you shouldn't have? Otherwise, why would that person's tone be 3 parts disgusted, 3 parts nauseated, 3 parts disdainful, and 10 parts contemptuous when mentioning your name? Yu Luomian's memory of the changes in Qian Xunji's expression and tone when mentioning Yu Xiaoging was still fresh. After all, when not mentioning Yu Xiaoging, his face held no expression, his tone was cold and distant, and he had the appearance of being high above, looking down upon all living things. But the moment he mentioned his foolish nephew Yu Xiaoging, the change in his facial expression and tone really gave the feeling of an immortal descending to the mortal world and becoming tainted by worldly affairs. Hearing Yu Luomian's words, Yu Ruowan didn't need to guess to know that her grandfather's death must be related to Yu Xiaoging. This idiot with no self-awareness, who was both insecure and arrogant, empty-headed, and had no filter on his mouth. Every time he went out, he caused trouble, relying on being the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect master, so 90% of people didn't dare to offend him. But Yu Ruowan knew that some 100-year-old titled douluos, who were used to being called Your Excellency every day, were tired of hearing it and wanted to disguise themselves as ordinary people, blend into the crowd, and enjoy a plain life. Yu Xiaoging, this idiot, must have offended such a super douluo at some point and then confidently revealed his family background. Those powerhouses might not get angry at a teenager, but they would go directly to cause trouble for the parents. Yu Ruowan took the lead and punched him in the face. Yu Xiaoging, Panda Eye's achievement unlocked. Then, a group of 7, 8, and 9-year-old children joined in, surrounding Yu Xiaoging and beating him severely. Yu Xiaogang curled up his body, covered his head with his hands, and felt sorrow and resentment in his heart. He swore that one day, he would make these juniors who bullied him know how to respect their elders. Don't beat Xiaogang to death, that person wants him alive. Yu Luomian reminded them. Understood, second grandfather, I guarantee I won't beat Xiaogang to death. Yu Ruowan spoke up and promised loudly. Subsequently, the matter of stripping Yu Xiaogang of the Yu surname was passed smoothly. Soon, the Blue Lightning Grand Elder sent people to announce in the Spirit Master's world that Yu Xiaogang had been stripped of the Yu surname, expelled from the Blue Lightning Yu family, and kicked out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. From then on, Yu Xiaogang could not call himself by the name Yu Xiaogang, he could only be called Xiaogang or Gangzi. Yu Luomian, adhering to the principle that since he was receiving high pay, he had to get things done well, sold Gangzi to a noble spirit master named Brother Scar. This noble spirit master did not like women and enjoyed playing the role of a priest in his daily life. On the other side, when the news that Yu Xiaogang had been stripped of the Yu surname, expelled from the family, and kicked out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect reached Bibi Dong's ears. Bibi Dong was so angry she cried. She hid under the covers alone, silently shedding tears. Xiaogang, her lover, her beloved Xiaogang, had actually been treated like this by the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The path to death, whether in her past life or this one, these people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect all had a path to death. Bibi Dong, who was so angry her eyes were bloodshot and she was panting like an ox, gritted her teeth and muttered, "In this life, once I become the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, I will definitely wipe out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect again, kill everyone in the sect, and vent this anger for Xiaogang."